any kind of man-made or other disaster that affects planet Earth adversely may be viewed in the opposite way for those who are trading the markets. So famine, war, make the markets go up. And for anybody who's playing the markets and investing, that's more of an opportunity to make money. The commodity trader's nightmare is they wake up in the morning and the headline in the newspaper says, "Peace declared."
This will be a journey to a parallel world. A world with a bad reputation.
When there's market dislocation, no matter how it's caused, you should try to use it to your advantage. It's like never waste a disaster, almost.
Volatility is what we need. Volatility is our friend. When things are calm, we can't make too much money.
But also a world seemingly detached from reality.
Which part of your career was the most profitable?
Oh, I hate this question. 9/11.
It's gone! It's the whole tower! Holy crap!
9/11 was.
They knocked the whole freaking thing down!
That was my best year ever, and I hate that, to be honest.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance. For most inhabitants of planet Earth, myself included, Planet Finance is a complex, invisible, but influential world. And for many people, a world with an enormous appeal.
Actually, in my pocket here, I have, for example, this is like a 250 grams of gold. Okay, I want to sell these, right? So there's this phrase, this kind of motto, buy low, sell high. That's kind of what you want to try to do. All right, you're given 1 million. The goal is to increase that amount. When you look at all these numbers and graphs, it can be quite overwhelming, but there is one very important aspect to think about, is about trading it and about trying to make money.
Here it seems so easy to create wealth. An ever-growing world where capital yields better returns than labor.
But this is really where all the magic happens.
For me, it's a distant world that only comes into view when the financial markets crash.
This is CNN breaking news.
The Dow collapsing, its worst single
As they did in 2008, when investment bank Lehman Brothers collapsed, followed by the European debt crisis, which brought Greece to the brink of ruin. Or at the start of the pandemic, after the first lockdown was announced, all markets crashed at once. A unique event in history.
An historic day here on Wall Street because investors are expecting a potential global recession because of the coronavirus.
It takes 2 months before the traders of the New York Stock Exchange are even allowed back on the trading floor. Lockdown after lockdown, the whole world holds its breath. And around the globe, shop windows are boarded up for protection against potential looters. But on Planet Finance, soon there is no real worry anymore. On the contrary, the stock prices skyrocket again. And not only those of the luxury brands.
Like always, the market moves and then goes right back to normal. So if you survive the initial shock, markets tend to go back to normal.
So while planet Earth is still picking up the pieces, planet finance is already making big bucks again. How is that possible? How can the interests of planet Earth and planet finance be so different? Looking for answers, I arrive in the mansion-dotted woods just above New York City. Most of the inhabitants of planet finance aren't exactly eager to provide insights into their world.
I wrote 2 books sitting here. Music going, good place to write.
We don't want to tell the truth about, some of the pricing structures here and how they impact, the real world and, that kind of stuff.
This former trader does want to talk. He spent decades on the trading floor, but now has his doubts about the way planet finance functions. Plus, he has already made his pile, so he can speak freely to me.
We create money out of pieces of paper, worthless pieces of paper, worthless. But, the world decided that they had value. And so we found ways to create, make a living from that stuff. It's just a construct so that, people can make money. I tell these stories and I laugh about them and everybody's eyes roll back into their sockets. And after a minute and a half, this is boring, I gotta get out of here. It doesn't hold any interest for anybody. Nobody gives a shit. Except for Michael. He knows the truth about all this stuff as well as I do, He's really the guy you should interview. I mean, he's amazing. He's a very bright guy.
Michael. That's Michael Marks, another former floor trader. He turned his back on Wall Street a long time ago.
The nature of Wall Street is every man for himself. Kill or be killed, eat or be eaten. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. And so that wasn't something that resonated with me enough to stay there.
The nature of the beast. To understand what that is, and what planet finance has become today, it's important to him to first explain how things used to be on the trading floor.
Now, let's see. Here we go. Is that upside down? So this dates back to the mid-'70s and before, and these were all around the side of the trading floor. Every transaction was registered there. There were 2 board boys, as they were called, for each board. One on the left side and one on the right side. You needed one right-handed and one left-handed because they were, writing as quickly as possible. The exchange had a reputation of trading everything. There was silver coins, there was imported boneless beef, and there was a cotton exchange, there was a cocoa exchange, there was a coffee and sugar exchange, and all of these exchanges had been set up maybe 100 years ago as a marketplace for merchants in those particular businesses to meet and buy and sell.
So it was a marketplace where buyers and sellers would meet. In the 1970s, their bids were still chalked onto the so-called book.
What you see here is the book?
Mm-hmm.
This is the book?
Yeah, this was the pre-electronic book. Yeah, yeah.
A blackboard. On the left-hand side, the amounts and which traders had sold. And on the right-hand side, which traders on the floor had bought and at what price. So you could read the price action.
By being on the floor, you saw orders coming in and out. You would see somebody start to buy, for example, and you might know from his demeanor, is this going to be an order to buy one contract or 1,000 contracts, you know, or this guy is always a big buyer or a big seller. So just by being there, even though if you did not see the orders, you still had a sense of the flow and the feel, and you would hear it and smell it. Because in the mid-'70s was when New York was on the verge of bankruptcy. So the streets were dirty, there were, you know, drug dealers all around and whatnot. And the New York Merc was one of those about 10 blocks north of the World Trade Center. Then you would walk into this magnificent building, 5 stories high, and there were 2 enormous doors, maybe 12 feet high, that were pretty soundproof. So on the outside, you didn't hear much, and it was almost like walking into the Coliseum, and the doors would open, and then you would be blasted by this roar of noise and sounds and smells. And I couldn't stop smiling when I walked in. I had no idea what it was or how it worked, but whatever it was, it grabbed me. There was no code, so if things were quiet, they'd be doing the New York Times crossword puzzle in the ring. They'd be eating their lunch and pizza in the ring. They'd be smoking on the floor. There'd be fist fights, and you're sweating, you're rubbing elbows, you're getting stabbed by pencils, and you're getting spit on.
On Planet Finance, traders are already a special breed, but floor traders can even be seen as a dying breed. Michael Marks has relocated to the neighborhood where he once grew up. The only ex-colleague he still regularly sees is Dan Dicker.
All right.
So where's your car?
There it is. Is that your driveway?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Don't want it.
No, I've got that house too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's under construction, but I needed a little more room here, so.
What the hell? Buy another house. Good plan. Good plan.
They did well for themselves on the trading floor, and now look back with a mix of slight nostalgia and diabolical glee.
I would go into the World Trade Center and I would walk up the 10 blocks to get to the exchange. One morning I'm walking up and everybody on the street is looking at the towers. I'm walking in the opposite direction. They're all looking at the towers, and I look and there's a guy climbing up the side of the towers.
You are trespassing on private property.
So I get to the exchange, and of course everybody's looking, and what do you think they're doing? They're betting. Yeah.
How many floors will go before he falls?
Yes.
It's classic. That's perfect.
Not that they're betting whether he's going to make it or not.
No.
What floor is he going to fall from?
Yeah. That's classic. That is perfect floor trader stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
So can I describe you well as being a small trader then?
Oh, I was minuscule. I was the smallest of the small for this. And it was very, very, very stressful, very exciting, very lucrative, and scary, all at the same time.
In what sense scary?
I always use this analogy, and if you can't put this on TV, I understand. But imagine being a man in your 30s, walking into a place, dropping your shorts, taking your testicles out and stick them on a table, taking a cleaver and handing them to the next guy and daring him to cut them off before you can yank them back. Every day. That's what it was like.
I think part of the allure was no one understood when you came in from outside. What is this? How does it work? How do you do this?
It was pure capitalism. It was absolutely its purest form. It was the Turkish bazaar, come alive. Come one, come all. Everyone participates. It looks like a sporting event with money.
The market as a sporting event with money. Apparently, that's what it takes to determine the price of a product. Meanwhile, Michael Marks was elected chairman of the exchange. He saw the opportunity of starting a new market, a market for a product of which the price, up till then, had been established in an obscure way. A market that would go on to determine the global price of crude oil, and one that would even grow into one of the biggest markets in the world.
How do you start?
How do you start a new market? When you start out, you don't know. It's almost like a chicken and egg. I'll use it if you use it. You know, you'll use it if I use it, but how do we know that each of us is going to use it? In the 50s and the 60s, most markets in the world were managed and price controlled. Oil had always been a monopoly or an oligopoly, which meant that there was one person or a group of people who were controlling the production and setting the price. You didn't know what prices were. They would meet in a tent. I'm exaggerating, but all the producing countries would meet and they would powwow, and then someone would emerge from the tent and say, the price of crude oil is now 8, or the price of crude oil is now 10. So that was how prices were set.
Until well into the 1970s, the price of oil wasn't determined by supply and demand, but by what the powerful oil companies and oil-producing countries asked for it. So Michael Marks thinks there has to be another way to do this, for a product that's in such high demand around the world.
I just felt that oil should be priced in a free market environment rather than by a cartel. And it seemed obvious to me. I couldn't understand why others didn't see it that way. I mean, a couple of people who I knew said, you know, it'll never work. The major oil companies will come in and they'll kill it. After, I think when the Shah was overthrown in '79, that's when things really got out of control. That created a big disruption in supply.
The unrest in the Middle East makes one thing clear. Uncertainty about the supply of crude oil means uncertainty about the price.
So those kinds of things created more risk. And that's the essence of what a futures market is. It's great to use it for speculation, but the whole idea is to offset risk. If there's no risk, there's no reason for a futures market.
Without risk, you can't start a market. Michael Marks isn't going to sell the oil himself, but starts a market for so-called oil futures, to be bought and sold on the trading floor. A future is a bet on the price of crude oil going up or down in the future. From now on, the global price of oil is determined through speculation.
So the atmosphere on the floor of the exchange was, you know, excitement, right? You know, thrilling, you know, the market's up, opportunities to make money. But for me, that's when I realized the consequences of it. When things were getting supercharged, yeah, as they are in the markets today, you know, in some form, there's a disconnect between what may be happening in the stock market and the grain markets for Wall Street and what may be happening on the ground.
That's kind of the joke of all these financial markets, right? They're supposed to be these sort of value creators, right? We use these markets so they can assign value to things that we really don't have any idea of what their values are. And that happens a lot. But what also happens a lot is the other thing where, you know, the monster in the machine sort of gets away from the purpose that it was created for.
The monster in the machine. Inside that machine, traders have to make use of any unexpected event that occurs.
And Dracula. I mean, how could you not like him?
Someone who spent years doing that on the Chicago trading floor is oil trader Bob Iacchino.
Whether it's the Russian currency crisis or 9/11, the London train bombings, the Spanish train bombings, volatility is what we need as active investors and active traders. During the attacks of 9/11, the volatility was something I still haven't seen, neither before nor since. So for people who don't understand what volatility is, the very simple explanation of volatility is it's an expanding or a contracting of price ranges. When volatility expands, the price ranges of that asset expand. That's what causes volatility to expand. When volatility contracts, it's the same thing. Volatility has expanded in spurts, in periods of time.
So there is a lot of volatility, when during an unexpected event, the prices go all over the place. And that gives a savvy trader a chance to make a lot of money.
Because things change and the price just goes haywire. When things are calm, we can't make too much money. I was on the floor when 9/11 happened. I was in the interest rate pit. And the interest rate pit was one of the most active when the planes first hit. And we had banks of phones in front of us, and the phone rang, and then the other phone rang, and then the other phone rang. It was very common for us to have two phones at once on the trading floor. I would have 4, 6. I would have 2 in each hands, and I'd be going like this, yelling at someone to pick up the other phone. People just screaming, what's going on? It's interesting when you hear people say what's going on when they can actually see what's going on. There's a weird psychological thing that they want it to be explained as to why it's happening, but they're saying what's happening. Like you can see in front of you what's happening, but if I tell you why it's happening, how is that going to change what's happening? That's kind of a shortcoming of a lot of traders, is they ask what I consider to be the weakest question in the hierarchy of questions when you're an investor, which is why. You're sitting there wondering why something's happening, and while you're wondering why, it's still happening. So you have to react.
So you are a what person?
I'm a what person, yes. Why comes later. Why is a hobby? Why is fun for me? But what is what I do for a living?
Our trader survived 20 years on the Chicago trading floor by not asking why something is happening on the market. Meanwhile, Planet Finance is growing ever faster in value than the real economy. And Planet Finance is starting to bulge at the seams.
I said, this is what a retired commodity trader does, feeding the birds. See, I've made the transition from what do you call it? Planet Finance to Planet Earth. Thank you.
As it turns out, Michael Marks got out right before the big market expansion.
Floor trading was very lucrative and very profitable. You had to be a member of the exchange to buy and sell.
So it was a club?
A club, yes, yeah, a club.
And were you like together owners of the club, or?
Yes, yeah.
It was a club, a very interesting club. But yeah, it was like a club. And just being a member of the clubhouse was a very big deal in the club.
Until the beginning of this century, only the members of an exchange could trade directly on it. But now that system has had its time.
So that the memberships had a value. And so there was this transition when exchanges went from being a club to being public.
A stock market that floats itself on the stock market. An exchange that becomes a company with shares, forcing its club members to sell their membership. Forcing? Let me put it this way. They receive an offer they can't refuse.
I bought a seat very early on in my career.
So what did you pay for?
$56,000.
$56,000.
56. Well, I sold it. I sold it in 2000. I shouldn't say this, but I sold this in 2006 for $11.5 million.
What? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a good investment. So you were just lucky.
Just lucky. Just lucky.
It was like hitting the lottery, but it wasn't like one person hitting the lottery. There were 400 floor members that hit the lottery all at once. I mean, it's a story that's never been told, and it's extraordinary. If you can imagine, you can't. I mean, how can you imagine something like that? So what did it mean for the exchange? Then, the exchange went into electronic trading.
Around the turn of the century, exchanges across the globe become electronic. Now millions of people have a buy and sell button at their fingertips, on their computer or trading app. And along with these new customers, Planet Finance continues to grow. Of course, New York and Chicago are the mecca of the financial markets, but Planet Finance spans the entire globe, from the US to Frankfurt, Dubai, and all the way to Tokyo. Here at the Tokyo Stock Exchange, floor traders used to yell and gesticulate wildly as well. Today, it is more like a spaceship, where transactions are carried out by a computer. The role of humans is now reduced to keeping an eye on that computer.
世界に先駆けて、日々オープンする東京証券取引所の役割を占うような、その日がどのような一日になるのかっていうような、目安として世界中の投資家に注目されているマーケットというふうに捉えております。の兆しというか、
Is it possible for a market or anyone to really predict the future?
そうですね、予測不能な事象が起きた際の訓練であったり、そうですね、定期的に行い、備えてはおります。今は、マーケットは常に動いている生き物のようなものだというふうに考えております。常に動き続ける生き物のようなものだというふうに感じております。
Yet it's a creature that ping-pongs financial data between payment apps, banks, businesses, and stock markets around the world. Across a high-speed network created specially for a very select group of clients, all the stock markets worldwide are interconnected. 1 millisecond can make the difference between profit and loss. To understand how this works, I visit the designer of this network, the existence of which most people are oblivious to.
We serve the people that buy and sell on the exchange, and it's mostly the professional traders. So things happen here, things happen there. People here need to know what happens here, and they need to know it very quickly. We're a bit the postal service of the 21st century.
And so what types of information are being sent from one place?
Oh, you would be very disappointed. It's super simple information. It's really saying, did the market go up or did the market go down? Or if you don't send anything, the market didn't do anything. It's very, very simple.
And so why do they come to you?
It's not because they love me, it's because we're fast. You're either fast or you serve like, second-tier people. You know something's gonna go up and you buy it first. You probably win one increment of price, but if you can do it many, many times, then it accumulates to a sizable revenue.
So you are connecting the world's exchanges?
Yes, we're really connecting the most important ones.
Don't forget, the trading floor as such doesn't exist anymore. Transactions now take place in data centers. Impenetrable fortresses where machines trade and compete with other machines. Boxes located in residential or industrial areas far away from the financial centers. In places that, ideally at least, are free from dangers such as earthquakes, nuclear disasters, and terrorist attacks.
Have you ever been inside an exchange?
Yes.
We try to get into an exchange. Just how does it look like? Could you describe it?
It's horribly boring. It's like rows of computers with a lot of air conditioning, which is very noisy, and you have all these lights going bip, 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 bip. It's not fun. Like, there's nothing to see there.
Perhaps there is nothing to see, but thanks to these super-fast connections, the distance between exchanges is now so small that time and place have practically become one. Especially since the exchanges of Amsterdam, Brussels, Paris, Dublin, Lisbon, Oslo, and Milan are all located in one and the same data center, in Bergamo, Italy.
It's like Milano, high-fashion data center. It's clean, it's not noisy, it's just beautiful Italian design. What's interesting is it's a little bit like a beehive. So everyone wants to plug to the queen as closely as possible. Some exchanges organize their data centers so that the distance to the queen, to the matching engine, is always the same.
What's a matching engine?
It's just another computer. It's a computer which takes buy and sell orders and matches them. That's why it's called a matching engine.
The matching engine. It's the modern version of the trading floor. The book is now electronic. Supply and demand meet here. This is where the price is set. The consecutive prices form the price action. Without a matching engine, there is no trade, no market.
On a computer, information will travel from one port to another port, and the routing it takes, the physical routing, will impact the latency. So that's a very physical thing. It's not a physical thing that you'd be interested in, or that 99.999% of the people might be interested in, but it's a physicality that matters to professional traders.
But apparently, for this 0.001% of professional traders, this speed is important enough to roll out a network that's worth hundreds of millions of euros. How does our physicist do that? To show how this works, I've come to the east coast of Japan, because this is where the global trading day opens, and where, from the other side of the ocean, a special fibre-optic cable enters the continent. Financial data is sent through this cable, such as the closing prices of the Chicago Stock Exchange or a new interest rate.
海底ケーブルがこの辺からこう入ってるっていうのは昔から知ってはいるんですけど、結構詳しいことは全然わからないですね。何かいろんなものがこう通信されてるんだろうなって、そんなことぐらいしか、知らなかったです。生活してて気づくことはなくて。
Where the cable comes ashore, it runs straight to a so-called landing station. And from the antenna on top of that landing station, the financial data is sent at the speed of light over the paddy fields, over the heads of the visitors of an amusement park, to the data center of the Tokyo Stock Exchange, nearly 100 kilometers away.
So how fast does data travel through these connections?
So the interesting is nobody cares about the absolute speed. People only care about relative speed. You don't need to arrive fast, you need to arrive first. And it doesn't matter if it takes 100 milliseconds or if it takes 10 milliseconds. As long as you're first, you're fine.
Speed is a relative concept. But those milliseconds can actually make the difference between billions of profit or nothing.
Globally, my clients probably make up for more than half the volume on the big exchanges. It's huge. My favorite place where we're installed is on a mountain called Jungfraujoch, and it's an incredibly beautiful place. When I go on vacation now, and before I used to look at churches, now I look at antennas. You know, it's just, it's the only thing I see.
And could you show us some of the equipment that you put into the towers?
Oops. So that is a typical radio. This produces the signal, and it's directed to the antenna, and the antenna shoots to the other antenna, which could be 100 kilometers away.
If you plan a connection to one exchange and another, how do you go about?
It's super simple. So first you have to not be on the side of the flat Earth people. You have to recognize the Earth is round. So you drop a pin on one exchange, you drop a pin on the other exchange, and you draw a line between the two. And of course, it's not a straight line because it goes around the Earth. So it's called a geodesic. And what you want to do is you want to put your towers on the geodesic, that they need to see each other. Well, my business is very predictable. I do a very simple plumbing in a very complex world.
We started out with chalk on a blackboard, and this is where we are now. On Planet Finance, the future already takes place, milliseconds from now.
Any knowledge of order books, buy, sell, bid, ask?
What then is the role of the trader in this network of cables, antennas, and machines?
All right.
This former high-frequency trader, who bought and sold within milliseconds, initiates a group of econometric students into the game of Planet Finance.
Let's cause some chaos. Black Swan.
Yes, I'm in.
All right, here we go. The bid for 40,000 there. I don't know if anyone wants to sell to that 40,000. Okay. Another bid for 35,000. The The 34,900 is trading. Oh, look, there's a bid of 35,000 there.
Oh, I've almost messed up.
It has to be about fairness, and the person who's got the lowest offer and the highest bids have the priorities. You've got to think, do you want your orders resting in the book to capture these opportunities? Okay, that's, again, somebody bid for 35,000.
Where did my money go?
You lost it.
And that person's trading. The 35,000 is trading. Is anybody else wanting to be on that 35,000 that's
Wait,
trading?
I think it's mine. I think it's mine.
Yeah, I got 2 million euros.
I got 1.5. Damn.
Oh, lots of prices traded all the way to 30,000. Whoever bought at 30,000. Oh, just out of everyone's reach.
Should I get it?
Who's making money?
She is.
Did it feel like you always were in control?
No.
No. Nowadays, it's done a lot by algorithms. You've got like these bots that are doing these, and it's about, but it still doesn't mean you can just leave it to the bot. It's about configuring that bot, thinking about the strategy behind that bot, because in the end, it's your ideas of what's going on. But the main thing that I think will always be there is that requirement for being calm under pressure. So when you see a big event happening, what emotions go through in your head, it's like fight or flight kind of thing. It becomes quite incredible how markets can actually react and in certain situations.
How hard is it for traders to keep their footing among all these algorithms? Are their feelings of euphoria, greed, and fear different from when our floor trader voluntarily put his balls on the table, day after day? To find an answer to this, I travel far away from Wall Street, to the American West, to a famous ski resort overlooking Dollar Mountain, and to a woman who is allowed to look inside the minds of traders.
Trading and investing is literally the hardest mental game on the planet. There's nothing that's certain about it. Everything's ambiguous. It can change every moment. It never ends. It's a bit like poker, except no hand ever ends and no one wins the hand. And there are no absolute meaning of the cards. You get marked at the end of the year. There's typically a December 31st number that artificially ends the game. So like in sports, your job is to make something happen. In markets, your job is to react to what's happening.
This neuropsychologist, who once worked as a trader, helps the newest generation of traders to play the game and to recognize their own emotions and then put them to use.
Hey!
She regularly has sessions with her clients, and by way of exception, I get permission to listen in.
You're not the only one. I mean, maybe there's somebody out there that it has really made sense to, but it's not what I've been hearing, so. Most of my clients are professional investors / traders.
Yeah.
Where do your clients are located?
London, Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, New York, obviously, California. Surely as many outside of the United States as it is in. Yeah, okay. So, if you could just listen to your intuition, you would do what? Short the S&P? I talk to them twice a week at first. A lot goes on in a market in a week. Many of them talk only to me about some of the things they talk about. I had one recently where he wanted his wife to join to talk about the stress that he came home with and how she could see whether he made or lost money that day and, you know, its effect on the kids and whatnot. He's in a really volatile market and, you know, he's working 18 hours a day and you can imagine his wife is like, yeah, they had a nanny or even two, but help, I can't do this. you know. So, I mean, on some level, you're afraid, right? So if we did like 1 to 7, how afraid? The guy, they'd give him $1 billion to trade. I mean, he's 40-something. And they get on the phone with me and say things like, but I didn't make money today. I didn't make money every day this week. I made money 22 days before that, but I didn't make any money this week. I'll be like, you know, they're still like, they held themselves to this really actually irrational, and I don't use the word irrational too much, but irrational standards. And they ask you to talk to the biggest investor. That doesn't mean anything. Sorry, I'm laughing at you. So I'm laughing at you because it's like, I don't think they're worried about your performance or your perspective. But you made money, didn't you make money? The nature of playing the market game, no matter who you are, is assessing what you think you know, how it will play out, and being simultaneously aware there's stuff you don't know. There's usually a reason why a market moves happens, and some group of people, meaning some amount of money, are trading on that particular reason. So you have these different groups of people with different amounts of money, with different sets of beliefs, and coming up with some schema or mechanism to interpret that and to evaluate the risk of what you might not know is how you win.
I've always had this kind of notion that the market is kind of there to make you humble, you know, because every time you have this winning streak, whether you're a researcher or trader, whoever, invariably the market will come back to punish you and you'll lose that winning streak. It's just impossible to be this perfect predictions or machine.
Right.
There's this like constant chipping away at your ego.
Well, first of all, it's the hardest game on the planet. You know, it's completely uncertain and it's completely ambiguous.
It's kind of this interplay between the superego and the ego, and or in theological terms, it's like God and man. And you know, you're trying to become a god yourself, but then God reminds you that there's only one God, and you're going to be punished, and you're going to be, you know, my smite will come upon you or something.
Like, I'm constantly asking my clients, what's the worst going to happen? How could it go wrong? Well, what will it mean if you're wrong about this? And it's uncomfortable to deal with the fact that you can't know. And it's that feeling that caused you to do something. It's that feeling that it caused you to recommend. It's the lack of that feeling, let's say concern, doubt, anxiety, fear, panic, that might cause you to hold back. So you have to come up with some lens through which you see what seems to be like a chaotic system. Just the ability to tolerate taking a risk.
So you have to enjoy risk.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Enjoy navigating, enjoy playing with it.
So it's about playing with risk. Oil is always in demand, and the price is always changing. But at the start of the pandemic, there aren't any takers. The world's oil supply is floating around at sea. The crews are stuck on their ships for months.
I really don't know if I can go home with this situation with the COVID right now. Mostly of the Europe countries are locked down. All flights were closed. So I don't think I will be home. What happened to me right now? I think I have a trauma. I want to be with my family. Nothing else.
The tankers and their crew can do nothing but wait for better prices.
I just want to go home. End of story.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance.
Clear, prop.
Wandering around Planet Finance, I arrive at a small private airport above New York.
Weather observation 1336.
People want to know what the future holds in store for them. And because oil is still the blood running through the veins of the world economy, we want the price of oil to be stable above all else.
Look around the room. I mean, everything is made from oil. Absolutely everything is made with oil. In all the worlds of synthetics, you know, you can synthesize almost anything in the world from something else. And the one thing you can't synthesize from anything else is oil.
Of course, these are the words of a man who spent years on the exchange floor, trading in oil.
It's been fun. A lot of fun. The things that you can synthesize from oil, they run in the hundreds of things, important things.
Like what?
Drugs. Plastics. I mean, think what your life would be like without drugs or plastics. I mean, I look around, light bulbs, glass. There's nothing in the world that I can look around and not see oil in. It's everywhere.
I can hardly imagine anything more earthly than crude oil. And yet it is Planet Finance that determines the world price of many raw materials. It does so on the so-called futures market. There are futures for grain, gold, pork bellies, but also for oil. On this oil futures market, there came a day when the price of a barrel of oil dropped below zero. How is that possible? How could a market go so far off track? But what exactly is a futures market? Our former floor trader cannot help but get nostalgic when he thinks back to his time in the pit.
I recall when the first time when I could walk out onto this trading floor and the tumult and the noise and the roar and the numbers clicking overhead and everything had a meaning to it. And people running, dashing back and forth, and strange hand signs, and people waving, throwing cards, and tossing. Oh, it was an amazing place. I instantly loved it. And I scraped together, from my father, I scraped together $20,000 so I could rent a seat of my own and go onto the floor and try trading my own. It was a club, a very interesting club. Futures contract, it's an arrangement I have with a person on the other side of the contract to make an agreement to deliver a certain amount of oil at a certain place.
Futures were invented to cover the risk you might run in the future. For example, if you are a farmer sowing grain or breeding a bull, you run a risk. Your fields could be in the path of a hurricane, and your bull could have a lower libido than you had hoped.
I will probably bid on this one, 9A. I looked at its mother, I looked at the genetics. I'm at the age now that I don't want a bull chasing me around the lot and all that. I need a good, gentle bull.
As a cattle farmer, you can sell your bull on a futures contract. That way you determine in advance the price and a date in the future when you have to deliver. Now traders can start speculating on price fluctuations, but as a farmer, you know exactly what you will get.
The futures market, the construct of the futures market is supposed to be very much like an auction. Nobody knows the price of any one widget, anything. But what you do is you get all the people who want to sell their widgets and all the people who want to buy the widgets, and you put them in a room and you lock the door. And you make them argue with each other back and forth until they decide value.
Now $8,000 on her. I'm $7.5. I appreciate what you did do. I sold her $7,750 on her, $77.5. She goes to buy her number.
Both of them, $739.
$739 times 2. Thank you, Mr. Blinds.
So it's what's called an open auction or an open outcry kind of system.
The contract, including the obligation to deliver, can be traded on Planet Finance. And if the price goes up in the meantime, you can sell it at a profit. But beware, on the day the contract ends, cattle or oil will actually have to be delivered. The buyer who still owns the futures contract on the day it expires is forced to accept the cattle or oil, whether he wants it or not.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And at the contractually agreed place of delivery. And for oil, that place is somewhere you wouldn't expect. A small town in the heart of the United States, Cushing, Oklahoma.
So have you been to Cushing?
I've never been to Cushing, but I've spoken to lots of people who've been there, and I've seen lots of pictures. I don't want to go. It's a strange place. There's nothing there, right? And you go there, and these rusty old tanks sitting, in a row. And they're controlled by 7 or 8 companies. But the point is that you go to Cushing, and you can't believe that this place is important. But it is the nexus point for the pricing of oil worldwide. When you see, for example, you turn on your television, the price of oil is $68.42. Oh, okay. Where'd you get that from? You got it from a price based on a futures market that is basing its price on what is being traded for delivery at Cushing. Where's the water? No water. Well, it's pipelines going in and out. That's all there is. And once in a while, a truck comes and picks something up. But that's really all there is. It's the wrong place to base the entirety of pricing for global oil. And virtually everything in the world is priced off of the oil that's traded at that crazy little ghost town in Cushing, Oklahoma.
In the early 20th century, oil fields were discovered in Cushing. During the oil boom, one new oil well after another was tapped here, and before long, all wells were pumped dry. But about 40 years ago, because Cushing was still a major oil pipeline and storage hub, it was chosen as the place of delivery for the oil futures contracts. And at more than 1 million trades a day, these are currently the most traded futures in the world.
So where are you taking us now?
We're going to go about 1.5 miles this way, and then 1 mile back this way, and we're going to cover what I call the south section of the storage terminal. And it's a long flight. You always have to kind of keep your wits about you and know where traffic's coming from on the ground as well as in the air while keeping track of the bird.
It is his bird, a drone, which by chance turned this retired fireman into a cog in the Planet Finance machine. That is, the part of Planet Finance where the global oil price is set.
This facility is considered designated by the Department of Homeland Security as a quote-unquote critical infrastructure. Doesn't mean I can't fly here, but they define it in their heads a little differently. Everything we're doing is legal, but they can be quite aggressive. So when you try to approach them logically and courteously, like I was taught as I grew up, most of the time that works. That's fine. But every once in a while, you'll get somebody who's just dead set on telling me that I'm wrong, and they can get a little aggressive. Those two are about half full, maybe a little more than half. That one's full. I had been working with thermal imagery on a UAV for roof inspections, that kind of thing, and received a call from a gentleman overseas who asked me, have you ever thought about using thermal imagery in the oil and gas industry? And I said, no, I really never have. And he knew I lived close to Cushing, and he said, have you ever flown out there? And I said, no, I've never flown in that area. And he explained what his intentions were, and he said, I think I have a market for using your images as data. I began to fly once a week for this gentleman. And he was very excited about it. Someone got wind of that, and then I received a call from another place overseas, and they were asking the same thing, and I started flying for them. So it just kind of snowballed. If I see a huge move, I let my clients know I think I'm seeing a change. Please look at this, this, this.
Our trader knows better than anyone how much the floor values information about oil storage levels, because that is what determines tomorrow's price of a barrel of oil. That is what traders are interested in, not the oil itself.
98% or even more of those who buy a contract or sell a contract have no desire to actually have that contract executed.
They don't want the oil on their doorstep.
They don't want the oil, they're not going to deliver it either. They don't want it, and they're not giving it. What they want is they want to be out of these contracts before they expire, and you're forced to either take it or deliver it. So in the end, all of the people that are in the world now, particularly now, trading oil, have no connection to oil. They don't care about oil. What they care about is the profits to be made from trading oil. And that was what was created when the futures market were created.
Every Wednesday around 12:30, the EIA, the Energy Information Administration of the U.S. federal government, puts out a estimate on the storage that is available in all storage facilities across the world. When EIA comes out, then that affects the price.
Our drone pilots' clients in London and New York are very keen to know the current oil storage levels, and preferably before the official numbers are released. Many of the oil tanks have flexible lids, which move up and down with the oil level. By measuring the shadows on the lids, his clients can calculate how full or empty the tanks are.
I fly Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. If I miss a Friday or Thursday, they'll accept a Saturday collection. If investors might have an idea of what the government's going to report before they report it, then they get a head start in deciding, am I going to buy long-term or short-term? Am I going to buy a lot or am I going to sell? What's the market going to do? They kind of get a head start before EIA comes out. It's not at all illegal.
But your data is giving someone an advantage.
Yeah, if they want to pay to get the information. It costs them money to buy this information.
It is hard to imagine today, but not so long ago, a barrel of crude oil was free for a very short time. On Planet Finance, that is. And the run-up to that moment already starts in early 2020. During the first lockdown, the North Sea is one of the many seas that fill with oil tankers. They lie there as storage, waiting for the moment when they can get rid of their oil. And this oil trader knows all about it. He used to work at the so-called wet oil market, where he had to cover the risks for clients who actually did want the oil. He knows how many barrels of oil a tanker can hold, the speed at which it flows through a pipeline, and why you cannot simply stop the oil from flowing.
Physical oil drilling, physical oil wells are not faucets in a sink. You don't just turn them off. It's a pressurized release. You can't just turn it off and let it, when the price goes up, we'll turn it on again. It doesn't work that way. So when, especially shale, but just wells in general, when they're drilled, the oil has to come out. So when the oil comes out, it has to go somewhere. And if all of a sudden the entire world stops driving and stops flying, stops taking trains and buses, that oil's still coming out of the ground. So you have tanks and tanks and tanks of oil. And then when those filled up, they started filling up tankers and letting them float. And then, can you buy my oil? Well, I don't need your oil. Well, I'm paying every day to store it. How about I just give it to you? Well, can I give you $10 a gallon to take it off my hands? If you think about it, if every barrel of oil costs $20 to store per day, and no one's buying it, you'll give somebody $18 to take it off your hands because you're saving $2.
At a data analytics agency in London, the so-called floating storage is closely monitored.
I mean, the price was already dropping from like beginning March, right? Because of the supply war between Saudi Arabia and Russia.
The crude price.
Yeah. And I think it's that direct sort of inverse correlation between here, when the crude price really started dropping, and that contango really appeared in the market. And you can see those floating storage volumes shooting up.
These guys also gather information for the oil market, in this case by following all fuel tankers around the world.
Really light crude to blend it with.
We can see every single tanker in real time carrying crudes.
In the world at the moment?
985 vessels. And we can see about 80% of these tankers are currently in floating storage.
You are keeping an eye on this floating storage?
Of course, yes. Everyone was. Pretty much every vessel was taken. people were doing it with whatever they could. Land storage, floating storage, and that was the play. I think people were positioning ahead of COVID. I think a lot of people were chartering vessels.
A few players had figured it out before the others.
Yeah. Everyone was really, really happy to float. The ship owners were very happy. They were getting a ridiculous price for their vessels. The oil companies knew that the price was going up, so they were just sitting on their barrels. And it was just a waiting game. And people just sat it there, wait until you get a good offer or the market rebounds. How long's a piece of string, really? It's year, 18 months, until you find a buyer, ultimately.
I can see close to 20, and I know, unfortunately, at the moment that number is far higher because there are about 130 tankers stuck in front of the Belgian and Dutch coast. But I can see about 20. There's still a ship out there where unfortunate circumstances because someone had passed away, and that ship has been in that same spot now for several weeks. But I also know there are a couple of ships there as well that have been there now a couple of months. And so this is becoming a real crisis, because that means for seafarers they're unable to leave the ship, logically, because you're surrounded by sea. There's nowhere else where you can go. This is what your daily reality is.
The crew members aboard the floating storage tankers are waiting for a better oil price. Normally their contracts expire after 11 months, but now, due to COVID, terms are increased, sometimes up to 18 months, involuntarily. And the only unexpected visit they can expect is from the port chaplain.
So we're approximately 25 minutes from your location, and we have one on-signer for you.
So you have one guy to send us?
Yeah, that is correct. The priest to come up, and if you could rig your pilot ladder.
Okay.
They're ready for us. I'd say at the moment there's a lot of people basically stuck on their ships.
Yes.
They're stuck on them.
Yeah.
And to be stuck on a ship at anchor out here.
Yeah.
Not great.
I guess they're hoping that the oil price rises.
Yeah, it is a hard one, for sure.
The chaplain visits ship after ship to offer solace, but also to hand out prepaid SIM cards for the crew to stay in touch with their loved ones back home.
My name is Dennis. Hello, I'm a chaplain in the port of Rotterdam. Okay, hello. Just come to say hello. You're from the Philippines as well. How many months are you into your contract?
6 months.
And do you still expect to be at anchorage, or will you be in port?
From now, I don't think.
I have no idea. I don't know if there are any Christians among you. I would love to say a prayer for you. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for my friends here on board, Lord, who work so faithfully, so diligently to serve you. Thank you. They are a long way from home, and yet, Lord, you've called them here. They are serving you, and I pray particularly at this time for their safety, also during COVID, for all of us. Pray for our families back home. Thank you. Yeah? Go well. Take care.
While the crew keeps waiting and waiting, the oil demand keeps falling and falling. And it is this sea of oil that will eventually result in very different, unexpected losers, like this day trader.
I trade full-time, and I am financially stable through just trading. Ever since I was young, I would buy and sell. I started with Pokemon cards in grade 5. I started with one, and I ended up with, I think, like 100 of them. Until my parents took them away from me, because that's all I would do. Now it's with cryptocurrencies, you know? So when I first started, I didn't have a life. My life was trading. I would trade so much that When I slept, I would dream about trading. It's an emotional roller coaster every day. You feel fear at times, you feel greed at times, you feel euphoric at times. And for me, it was an awakening of some kind, where I realized that this is something, if I get into it now, it's gonna have a huge impact in the future.
But then comes the day when Saeed Shah is persuaded to try trading on a market other than Bitcoin. Ignorant to the fact that this is the day the oil futures for the month of May are about to expire.
So if you say it's the 20th, that means there's like 2 days left or 3 days left before, you know, I gotta deal with oil, not just paper. Okay. We're trading paper, right? I've told you this, right? We're not trading oil, right? We're trading paper. All right, so we've got all sorts of paper that we're passing back and forth. I've got some paper, you've got some paper, we all have paper. It represents contracts of oil, but it's not oil, it's paper. You know, I've been dealing in paper my whole life. It's only paper. So fast forward to April, okay? It's getting towards the end of the month. This is when this contract becomes a real thing that needs to be translated into real physical oil, okay? No longer is it just paper. Now, if I'm holding this, I'm gonna have to take oil from somebody. I'm gonna have to give him money, and he's gonna give me oil, and he's gonna give it to me in Cushing.
So do you remember where you were?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm watching this and laughing.
It was before 420. It was back in February or March when I knew something was going on. I didn't know what. It's been a long time since I've seen this much storage. All the tanks you see in this picture here, in this thermal image, are fixed roof tanks. You won't ever, if they take a draw, you're not going to see that from outside because it's all on the inside. This is where thermal imagery comes into play. The thermal image can see what the level is. There's the level of that tank. That's a 250,000 barrel storage tank capacity. This one's relatively full. That one's relatively full. That was beginning to look more full than what I had seen. I need to notify my clients.
And then it is Monday, April 20th, 2020.
So it was April 20th, and in the wee hours of the morning, I believe, the Premier of Canada came out with a little note saying that oil prices, a certain kind of grade of oil, which comes from the tar sands in Canada and trades below the US oil price usually, there was a little note that went out saying, we have gone negative. And that was sort of the canary in the coal mine. That was sort of the first indication we are moving into negative territory.
I was like sound asleep because I had been trading Bitcoin the night prior, and I was up all night because there was a lot of price action because of COVID. So I got a call from my uncle, and he told me you should check out oil. It's gone down to $5.
From where was he calling?
He lives in Pakistan. And he just said to me, hey, you should check out oil. It's gone down a lot. It's crashing right now. You should get in on it. And I bought a few contracts from that. And then it went down to $2. And then I bought a couple more contracts.
And had you ever bought an oil futures contract before?
No, never, no.
The 20th of April, 2020. Where were you at that moment?
Right in front of my computer. sitting in my office right in front of my computer staring at it in somewhat disbelief. Even though I knew it could happen, still when you see things move that fast, you still... I've seen a million crazy things in the market in 30 years, and every time something new happens that I think is crazy, it's the same reaction. It's like, this is crazy. And you're just watching it just go and go.
And then eventually the price had gone down to 1 cent. I ended up buying 212 contracts at 1 cent.
So how many barrels is there?
212,000. And at that point, I felt fairly confident the price can't go below zero. One I've never heard of, oil going below zero. And I would never imagine just because there's no storage that they're giving oil away for free.
One of my traders told me that the White House called asking what on earth was going on and what were they going to tell the president.
It has never happened before, but it is happening now. The price of an oil future is negative.
So crude oil trades, $65.61, $65.62, $65.60, and it fluctuates around those prices. It can move 5-7% in a day very easily. This, it was going zero, negative $2, negative $12, negative $3, negative $20.
But the market closes at 2:30 p.m. So it's 2:08 p.m. and there's just, minutes to go, and it just falls off a cliff. And technically, all futures markets can go negative. It's just none of them had ever done it before. I mean, no exchange-traded contract had ever gone negative in the history of markets, in the history of the world.
CNN breaking news, oil prices have turned negative. The most extraordinary development that took place today when the US main blend, West Texas Intermediate, fell more than 306%. It is negative $37.63 a barrel.
It's a really harsh reality I never thought I'd see in my lifetime.
No, absolutely. I mean, when I saw these numbers, I had to give the machine a whack.
So at first, I think I was in shock. I was frozen. And I was just thinking, so does this mean that my contract is going to close at a negative price?
Syed thought he had bought 212,000 barrels of oil for 1 cent a barrel, to sell them later, of course, at a profit. He does not realize how thin the ice beneath his feet really is.
And what about retail traders?
In futures?
Yeah.
Retail futures? You mean like for customers, just plain ordinary customers?
Yeah.
If they had positions in that marketplace at that time, they were stupid. Nobody plays in the front months at those times. Even really experienced traders like me, was very, very careful in the last couple days of front month trading. Often I wouldn't even begin to venture the last couple of days of a front month market because it was so thin, and you were at the mercy of, lots of big guys who had a lot more money than you did.
So at midnight, when my account was updated, it showed a balance of around minus $13 million.
And what was the amount that
So
you
every
started the day with?
every barrel that I purchased at a penny, I had to pay $37 and some change for each barrel that I purchased.
Syed loses 13 million Canadian dollars, or 7 million euros, in a single afternoon. Imagine, instead of winning the jackpot, you have to pay it out.
So the account that we were using, it was funded by me, my father, and my brother, and we were using it as a joint account to trade. And the biggest issue for me was If they're gonna try to claim this money, we're all basically gonna have to file for bankruptcy. All three of us, and on top of it, all our assets will be taken away. And my father, who's in his 60s now, and he's been working since he was 13, everything he's worked for would just be gone.
Hello. Hi.
Sorry for my interrupt.
Hello.
Is this your father?
Yeah, that's my father.
Yeah.
So what was your initial reaction when you first found out what happened?
Oh, the first time, honestly, I thought maybe it's a joke, or once I realized that this is a reality, it was a complete shock. $13.5 million loss. I'm a normal person, you know, I'm a salaried person type of, so it was like a disaster, catastrophe, you know, it's like Armageddon. My future generations will not be able to pay that amount, even they work like day and night 24/7. And I talked to, you know, my friends, my lawyers, everything, and they say that, okay, first of all, you may lose your every belonging, and you could be on the road and you could be looking for the shelter, and everybody is toast.
But if someone loses, someone else has to win. But who? Who was on the other side of the trade?
Right? The whole industry is hilarious to you and me only. You know that?
Yeah. Well, that's so. Why would anybody want to hear what we have to say?
Right. Right. Nobody gives a shit, right?
Yes.
Take a look at this. If you were going to price the most important commodity to man over the course of the last 30 years, you'd take one look at this chart and you'd say to yourself, I don't know what's right, but that can't be it, you know?
Yeah.
So who made money?
Somebody made it. It's a zero-sum game. One guy loses, somebody wins. This is not like stocks, where if they continue to go up, everybody wins. The futures are not like that. Somebody has to lose for everybody that wins. Every dollar that's made is a dollar that's lost.
So who won? Even though there was hardly any demand for oil during the lockdown, strangely enough, the winners were energy and oil companies. Shell and Total, for instance. Because they own the entire chain, from source to storage tanks, plus the financial resources, they can easily sit out a low price period. On top of that, their own traders can also speculate on a higher oil price. At the quarterly results presentation, the Shell CEO does not want to divulge exactly what they made, only that it was substantial.
I think we do contango on steroids. So it is a very sophisticated machinery that creates value that others cannot create. That's not ordinary trading, that is actually optimizing market positions that we know better than anybody how to take advantage of.
Other parties made money as well, because you can also speculate on falling prices, which is called going short. This means that you make money when the price goes down. A lot of money in this case. Our oil price specialist thinks he has an idea who these smart people are.
So the people that were short this contract, that were selling it, ultimately the market was coming off, and it was great really for them, because they were buying back at a negative price.
Could anyone have foreseen this?
So there have been some stories of some like paper traders across the world. Actually, in the UK was some. I think it was some people in Essex, some guys in Essex, 5, 6 of them. They literally just, I think they did their biggest trade they've ever done. They just saw it happening and just kept on selling the contract, kept on selling the contract. But that's people. That's what trading is, really. There's a lot of risk to it, so it's very hard to make a successful trade. So if you're confident on something, why not go all in? And these guys did that.
But can those traders also manipulate the market? by working together to deliberately push the price below zero and maybe make the deal of a lifetime. That is difficult to prove, but our investigative journalist is one of the few people who has retrieved the so-called tick data from that day. These data are so detailed that you can see every single trade.
So if you look at the tick data from that day, which on April 20th, this really only captures when the market went into negative territory at 2:08 p.m. New York time. And we're talking just fractions of seconds. So you're not going to see all that if you're just watching minute by minute. So you do have to get the tick data to really see what happened. And so you can see lots traded there. And then at zero, you see it's just one lot. Somebody was nibbling. Let me see if I can trade at zero. We'll try one. The very next one was, all right, let's do 20. Then they did 10, and then it just did a bunch of little nips. And it kept going like that until it got, you can see here, they pushed it into negative territory. Was somebody trying to make it go negative right there? We don't really know who that was, but yeah, somebody was testing pretty hard right there, for sure.
Can you see who traded what?
No. And we're not going to know.
Why?
Oh, because it's non-public information. If somebody wants to admit that they did those trades, of course, then we'll know.
2 years later, Vega Capital London is taken to court. Duped traders accuse them of intentionally causing the market to crash. There is no verdict yet, and we don't know who the traders are. But how they made 600 million euros that afternoon, we do, because their group chat was made public.
Your clients, have you ever met them?
I have never met them. Not a single client I have I ever met. I've talked to one or two of them on the phone, but it's all been through email. None of them have ever been to Cushing. My images are sent by uploading those to the client. We don't talk about money or any of that kind of stuff. I like being detached from what my data can produce.
So what do you know about oil futures market?
I know nothing about them. I would not invest in them. You can make money doing it, but you can make money just doing what you're doing.
If there is one thing I've learned from this infamous day on the oil futures market, maybe it is that nothing is ever really free. Not even a barrel of oil. Because if something is free, you'd better wonder who is paying the bill.
Right now I have an appointment with the doctor.
Why are you going to the doctor?
I've been dealing with high blood pressure ever since last year after the whole oil trade happened. The first time I found out was my heart rate was very high and I had constant headaches. So I went to the emergency, but they didn't take it too seriously because of my age. I'm very young.
And how do you get high blood pressure at such a young age?
They told me it's due to stress.
And why do you think it's related to the day of the negative oil price?
That's when my stress really shot up. That's the most stress I've ever felt in my life. And it was ongoing for over a month. The rules are set, and those are the rules that we all have to play by. And that day, the rules were broken.
That day, the market goes off track. Planet Finance did see that the oil futures price went below zero. It even received a warning from the exchange about this, but our day trader did not. The trading platform of his broker simply could not show prices below zero. The software had not been adjusted in time for that. Eventually, the Shah family did get compensated by their broker, save for a €100,000 loss. Our floor trader is a fan of the free market, naturally, but he also has his reservations. Because if a market can go so far off track, is it still the right instrument to determine the global price of oil? Every market has a beginning, but I wonder, can it also have an end?
No. Too much interest. Like I say, it's too much of the world. See, I'm sort of a different place. I've been a market maker, and a market taker, and a market observer for 30 some odd years. To me, the market isn't the source of the problem. The market can be used to find solutions too. It's just in who's working the market. You know, I don't want to be this guy who's made his living in markets, talking badly about markets. It's an amazing tool, all right? And it can be for oil too. It's been left in the hands of the wrong folks for too long, and it's necrotic. It's necrotic. It's like dead flesh, necrotic. It's just become old and rusted, like the barrels in Cushing. We've outgrown this construct the way it's set up right now. Oil goes to $145, it goes to $30. Goes up to $110, comes to $22. Now it's back up to $80. Where's it going from here? I think it's going to $200, but it could go down to $2, right? If enough things go wrong. That's crazy. That's no way to build a structure for energy that's going to make sense for the long haul. It's just stupid. That has to be stopped. Carbon tax is one way to do that.
Carbon tax. Does our floor trader think taxing carbon dioxide emissions is a good idea? I did not expect that from a man who owes everything to oil. He even goes a step further.
Will you have futures on carbon tax?
They already do. It's a small market, but I'm investing in it. I think it's the future.
The future. Simply create a new market. Another market for people to speculate on. Wasn't the market supposed to make the price of a barrel of oil more stable?
How are you guys doing on board? I'm sorry about your loss.
Since the start of the war and the energy market turmoil, the price of a barrel of oil has been its old volatile self again. And that gives Planet Finance every chance to make a profit. And the tanker crews? Their lives are still bobbing on the rising and falling waves of the oil price.
A deep sympathy for a loss of one of your fellow crew members. God decided to call him home. He leaves behind a loving wife, 2 devoted children, and he leaves a band of brothers, a group of seafarers.
I'd be up at 4:30 in the morning and I would be finding out, what's going on in the market and kind of know how things are trading. It's what we call the feel of the market.
The market feels like a vast ocean. What an adventure it can be to set out on it.
Main Street wants to participate in what Wall Street does. People jumping in and not having enough education at the start. Markets aren't only one way, right? They don't always go up.
For fortune seekers, navigating this market is not without danger.
I just worry about you're gonna get like run over almost. It's a tough position for a retail trader to be in.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance. Wandering around Planet Finance, I arrive at a temple not far from Tokyo. People come to this place to increase their chance at fortune. And who wouldn't want that?
日本ってこう八百万の神でいろんなものに神様が宿ってるっていう感覚っていうかその宗教があるので相場にも神様がいると思ってるんですね。なんかあまり怖い存在とは思ってない。相場の神様に愛されたいとは思っているので愛される努力はしなきゃなって謙虚にいなきゃ、自分を映し出す鏡という見方で見てるので
In Japan, there is such a thing as a Mrs. Watanabe. And this is also a Mrs. Watanabe. And her. Her name is also Mrs. Watanabe. At least, that is what she's called in the glass towers of London, Sydney, and New York. Mrs. Watanabe is a household name on Planet Finance. Japan now has 1.5 million of them, and they all want to earn from their savings. Mrs. Watanabe is a collective name for Japanese retail traders, and she's not alone. Since the pandemic, tens of millions of new traders have jumped into the market worldwide. I wonder how tempting or dangerous it is to navigate Planet Finance. In Japan, Mrs. Watanabe arrived on the scene early. When the Japanese bubble bursts in the early 90s, it's the first country in the world where you receive 0% interest on your savings. So when the men are at the office, she starts to speculate on the exchange rate differences between her yen and other currencies. But people don't enter the market overnight, right? On our way to Tokyo, I ask this Mrs. Watanabe.
21歳の時に上京してきたんですけども、もう東京ってもうニューヨーク行くようなものなんですね、イメージとしては。海外行く娘を海外に出すみたいな感覚だったみたいで、うちの父親とかはもう本当に最終日にはもうこれ持ってけって言ってスタンガンを渡されましたそれぐらいでも心配だったんだと思います。 もう本当夢だけで東京に出てきたような感じだったので、そうですね、もう本当にタレントとして成功したいっていうその一本だけで。
Her road to Planet Finance runs past a game show and a less fortunate encounter.
異業種交流会みたいな感じで紹介してくださる方がこう紹介してくださったんですけど、最初はなんかこうすごく落ち着いてらっしゃる方で富裕層なのかなって思ってたので、生活できるのかなと思って、で結婚に至ったんですけど、結局こう蓋開けるとなんていうんですかね、お金に対してすごくルーズな方で、いろんなところに借金しては私にこうその借金を押し付けるような人だったので、その時にもうギリギリになって両親に電話して、で100万かな工面してもらって、でももう本当24時間の寝てる以外は全て仕事してました。とにかくこのお金を両親からもらったお金だけは返さなきゃと思って。
Our Mrs. Watanabe decides to make a clean break. She enrolls in a course to learn how to speculate on the foreign exchange market.
今日は人生を変える2時間になるかもしれないので、しっかり最後までよろしくお願いします。それでは今回は、神奈川ひろみさん月2000万円への道のりということで、
この、2000万出した時は、去年の9月なんですけど、その時に
All these Mrs. Watanabes and Mr. Watanabes as well dream of making a fortune. They hang on every word of this night nurse who hit the jackpot with her trades.
でこれは拡散待ちの通貨ペアとして見てたんですけども、で私の大好きなパーフェクトオーダーが形成されそうだったんですね。
The perfect trade. Wouldn't we all want to make that? Looking for a way to pay off her debts, our Mrs. Watanabe decides to not tie her fate to a man anymore, but to the largest market in the world, the foreign exchange market. A market where more money is traded in a single day than in the entire Japanese economy in a whole year.
4時間足ではずっとレンジ127円から、124.5円ぐらいでしょうか。ずっとその間を上下上下行ったり。
Not every fortune seeker realizes that on the foreign exchange market, the value of one currency always goes up or down compared to that of another currency. Where someone wins, someone else loses. It's a zero-sum game. On the forex market, the week begins on Monday morning, when the sun rises in Asia and euros are exchanged for Turkish lira, South African rand, or Japanese yen. As a trader, you take a position. You buy 1,000 euros worth of Japanese yen, then you wait till the fluctuating exchange rate increases the value. Then you exchange your yen back to euros. Easy money. If you can predict how much a currency will be worth tomorrow, you can earn a nice profit. On Planet Finance, banks are the most important players on the forex market, and someone who works for a large Australian bank to assess the fluctuating exchange rates is this forex strategist. On an early Monday morning, when the rest of the world is still asleep and the Asian markets haven't opened yet, he's already recording a podcast for his bank's clients.
Hang on a minute, because I need to get... Yeah. Okay, I've got recording going.
Right, okay, well here goes, but get on with it. Well, it was quite a week last week, wasn't it? Particularly for bond yields in the United States, 10-year Treasury.
Well, the foreign exchange market arguably is the biggest financial market in the world. The most up-to-date figures that we have, I think, clock that at 6.6 trillion US dollars per day. just to give you an idea of how much foreign exchange trading takes place. So anybody in business that has a cross-border activity, if you like, as an importer or an exporter, has a need to manage the risks around future changes in exchange rates. So that's the sort of, to some extent, the fundamental premise of why exchange rates, while they exist. Yeah, so that's for the payroll number. My job is to try and inform clients, to allow them to really think about their risk management that they want to apply. So I will tell you where the Australian dollar is going to be in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 3 years. The chances of getting that right, day in, day out, are obviously fraught with a lot of risks and uncertainty. But obviously, we bring a wealth of experience. So when unforeseen things happen, as John Maynard Keynes said, when the facts change, I change my mind. So, we have a set of forecasts subject to an underlying set of assumptions. And if those assumptions are challenged or proved incorrect, then we change our forecast.
So if Planet Finance already has such a hard time making predictions, what about Mrs. Watanabe?
The Japanese market is quite unique in terms of the size of the retail foreign exchange traders, the Mrs. Watanabes, that's what we're calling them. Their trading activity represents more than half of all of the turnover in the Japanese yen in the Tokyo market. I've heard various stories of Mrs. Watanabe being hired into the bank because their ability to make money has been legendary in some cases.
Legendary and infamous. Because while Planet Finance is still asleep in London and New York, Mrs. Watanabe can already influence the market. She keeps storming Planet Finance in droves. You should make your money work for you, right? Then it's nice to fall back on someone who already knows the tricks of the trade. Like this mentor, who once started out as an ordinary Mrs. Watanabe, but who is now seen as a real foreign exchange guru. Who writes books with titles like My Way of Making 1 million yen a month. Yet even to our mentor, the forex market is erratic and hard to predict.
私にとって市場というのはすごく不確実なものですね。でも不確実ではあるんだけど、それを作っているのは結局人間の感情なので、でもそれに寄り添うというか近づくというか、そういうことはできると思うので、寄り添うっていう感じですかね。ずっと専業主婦で11年いたので、離婚して、仕事もないしお金もないしっていう状態からのスタートだったんですね。ですからやっぱり最初は本当にお金がなくて。私が FX を始めた時、うちの息子まだ幼稚園児だったんですね。子供を育てていくっていうお父さんの役割とお母さんの役割と一人で両方やらなくちゃいけなかったっていうのがあるんですけれども、会社からのお給料だけ。
Our forex guru overcame her own financial woes, and by doing so, she is showing the Mrs. Watanabes in the room that they can also change their fate for the better by creating their own fortune on Planet Finance.
それではですね、この A パターン、B パターン、C パターンをどのように。
And how can they learn this? That's explained to them through a lesson in recognizing patterns in price fluctuations. The method Planet Finance uses to visualize prices was developed 3 centuries ago by a Japanese rice trader. He studied the past price fluctuations of a bag of rice in the hope of being able to predict the future price. He wrote down the opening price of the day and the closing price, but also how much the price of a bag of rice changes during the day. He uses the colour white when the price rises and black when it drops. the rice trader starts to recognize patterns. He gives these patterns names like the morning star. That's the moment when the price picks up again. Or 3 white soldiers. 3 days of rising prices, a profitable period. Or the hanging man, which speaks for itself. Then the price is on the edge of a very deep precipice. Tomorrow, a bag of rice will be worthless. Yet in Japan, making money with money isn't a very obvious choice for everyone.
はい、日本の中ではお金持ちになりたいとかお金を稼ぐっていうことに対してあまりポジティブではなくて、小さい子供の頃からお金の話はするな、お金の話はタブーみたいな感じで。そうですね、私が FX 始めたの2006年の頃は人には言えませんでした。ママ友とかには絶対言えないっていう感じでしたね。でちょっと始めてからうまくいき始めてからの話なんですが、私が友達だと思ってた人たちが私がいないところで陰でなんかクリックするだけで稼ごうとしてるんでしょみたいな。お金に余裕が出てきてからはすごく気持ちにも余裕が出てきて、もう一言で言ってしまうと心の安定ですね。人生がより楽しくなってる感じです。息子の高谷は FX を始めて、1年ぐらいになるんですかね。何持ってんの？
今ポンド王子。
ポンド王子どこ？いつ入ったの？
今日の朝ぐらい。これ下割ったら。
According to our forex guru, anyone can become a Mrs. Watanabe. You download an app and start trading, as if it's a game. And if you play it well, you can get rewarded instantly.
気をつけた方がいいね。ちょっと待って見てみる。王子。あら、本当だ、下がってきた。
そうね。
これが1時間足だったとしたらってことでしょ？
それ動き出してどんぐらい待てばさ、30倍ってこと持つ時間単純に。
With a trading app, you are seemingly in direct contact with the foreign exchange market. Seemingly. Because for a small fish like Mrs. Watanabe, all trades go through a broker, a middleman. As the connecting link between the Mrs. Watanabes and Planet Finance, he has a unique understanding of how they behave on the market and how much risk they are willing to take.
人間ってやはり儲けたいけど損したくないっていう生き物だと思いますけども、リスクの許容度って人によって違うんですよ。なので、1万円稼ぐのに100円も損するの嫌だっていう人なんかは絶対儲からないですよね。1万円稼ぐためにやっぱり何千円か1000円か2000円か3000円かあたりまではやっぱりリスクは許容しないといけない。はい、日本では女心と秋の空っていう言葉がありますけれども、はい、マーケットはこれと一緒だと思ってます。機嫌のいい時はいいんですけども、悪い時はもう極端に悪い。
Because remember, on the market, as in life, things go well as long as they go well. Our guru is confident of the opportunities the forex market has to offer, and even gets her manicurist to take her first step on Planet Finance after a lot of practice.
何かもう一つ収入の道作っておいた方がいいよっていうことはとしても月にね10万15万だけでもね入ってくる自分の力でね稼げるものがあれば、まあそうね実際体験してみないとね
そうわからないのよ。したらもう本当リスクばっかりで。
そうね。やっぱね感情の赴くままやってたらね損するから。
でもまあいつかはね、デビューしなきゃいけないけど。
そうよそうよ。FX はもうずいぶん前から進めてました。ただ彼女はネイルサロンのお仕事も忙しかったっていうのもあるし、ちょっと投資に対してあまりポジティブなイメージがなかったっていうのもあって、
やっぱりねまだねポジション持つと見ちゃうのよ。じーっと。でよく振り回されるよって言われるんだけど、やっぱ気になって見ちゃって、落ちてくると怖くて、もうこれで十分です、ごちそうさまですって言って、ちょっとのあれで閉じちゃうんだよね。
見てたら怖いよやっぱり。
やっぱそう？まゆみさんでも？
怖い。
ふわーと思って、こんなビビたるロットでビビりまくりブーなの。なのに、ごめんなさい。はい、こんな感じになります。
ありがとうございました。
お疲れ様でした。
After a few tentative attempts, tonight is the night our manicurist becomes a true Mrs. Watanabe and really enters the market for the first time. In Europe, it's still morning. She has bought euros and is about to experience the emotional rollercoaster every trader goes through, amateur or professional.
今は今日の昼過ぎにユーロ円をチャレンジしました。
A trade always starts with optimism.
なんか一個乗りたい気が。
Followed by excitement.
すごいですね。
And even euphoria. Euphoria, which could make you do something reckless as a trader, something that's better avoided.
なんか一個乗りたい気が。
Then anxiety strikes.
わお、なんかすごい動いてる。なんだろう。
The European Central Bank has announced a new interest rate.
お、そういうことか。45分に ECB 政策金利、欧州中央銀行政策金利だからユーロが動いたんだ。一斉に動き出して私の範囲では処理しきれません。
After anxiety comes disbelief.
あれ、私なんでだろう。ストップ入れてたはずなのにストップが入ってないってどういうこと？あれあれ入れ忘れてた？
Followed by fear.
怖っ。ここで飛び乗ると意味のないギャンブルに入ってしまうっていう。
Suspicion.
振り回されますね。
And finally, capitulation.
きっとプロの人とかはえいっていけるんだと思うんですけど、まだまだそこまで処理能力が私の中にはないので、 微妙だね。これもうさよならした方がいいかな。
When the price plummets, there are people who, shocked by their sudden loss, decide to sell everything on the spot. Whereas in hindsight, that might have actually been the moment to jump in.
してしまおうかというちょっと悪魔のささやきとの攻防戦。
And even though our Mrs. Watanabe has lost 25 euros, she can't resist the urge to try again.
今ね、ちょっといけないことをしようかと思っていて。いけないことをしようかと思ってて、ちょいと遊びに入ろうかと思っていて。
Think of the market as a game. For Mrs. Watanabe, every round is a new chance. However, she has to learn to recognize her own overconfidence or fear and bear these emotions in mind when she decides to take another roll of the dice or not. Planet Finance believes emotion increases the chance of making mistakes on the market, and even thinks it can easily brush these emotions aside.
I think the key trait for almost anyone in markets, but certainly those that are analysts or strategists like me, is to be able to be objective, and not apply any kind of emotional lens to to what is happening in the markets. The dominant players really are what I would call institutional investors. The 10 biggest banks in the world, probably do well in excess of half of all the foreign exchange trading that takes place. So on an average day, there may be, effectively $3 trillion worth of buying and $3 trillion worth of selling, and really not much happens in a way, but beneath the surface, there is an enormous amount of transactions that take place.
Beneath that surface, the forex market is a global network that's open 24 hours a day and only briefly closes on weekends. There are few rules and no central regulator to suspend trading when something goes wrong.
I guess there's an old adage in markets, it's very easy to get into an investment position. The door is very wide when you want to go in, but when everybody's trying to get out at the same time, the door to the exit can be extremely narrow. So in an environment where most of the market participants all want to sell something, that's when the market can become very disorderly, and you do see these dramatic moves in very, very short periods of time. That's what can trigger some incredible volatility and price action.
Every trader should always take into account the risk that at any given moment, something totally unexpected can happen. And on Planet Finance, that's exactly when opportunities abound. Fully aware of this principle is this forex strategist who spent years on Wall Street working for the largest banks in the world. But since the pandemic, Wall Street is not the same anymore. She can now work from her house on the beach. It's Sunday evening in Florida, but in Asia it's already Monday morning, so the forex market has just opened. As always, Planet Finance is on the alert for things to come.
All right, so I'm gonna put on Bloomberg. And I like to put it on the TV as opposed to my computer because it feels more like a trading floor. Let's see what the lead is. Probably Afghanistan.
Back after 20 years, the Taliban enter Kabul as Afghanistan's president flees and the U.S.
Yeah, so just a minute ago they were in the green and now they're in the red. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are just slightly negative.
Plus, Woodside reportedly in advanced talks to buy BHP's petroleum division, making it the top.
Yeah, so we do have some clients like writing into us. They're like texting us and they're just asking, will the events in Afghanistan have any market impact? And because we have so much going wrong globally with COVID, that's a destabilizing influence that when you add anything more geopolitical onto it, it can create volatility in the markets. We're not really off too much. You see very closely The VIX could rise, so that's pretty much what we're going to watch for tonight. The VIX, in terms of the volatility index, if that rises and if that impacts the dollar at all, maybe strengthening the dollar from like a safe haven perspective.
Right, the VIX. Planet Finance's tool for measuring uncertainty in the market. The higher the VIX, the greater the fear of turbulence. In other words, volatility, which can create interesting opportunities for traders. Could an event like the American withdrawal from Afghanistan make the VIX peak again?
Of course, if there's a tragedy, if there's really bad optics, if there's a couple of children that get burned or whipped, we could really see this coming back in a nasty, nasty way. But right now, the answer is no.
I think today we've just seen not too much of an impact, but it has been risk off today, which isn't surprising. The visuals coming out of Afghanistan, the actual photos of the people at the airports trying to leave Kabul are just, they're obviously not good photographs. They're obviously, these people are in trouble, these people are fleeing, these people are in pain. So these aren't the type of photos that anyone wants to see. And so they are creating some destabilization. So it doesn't have a big market impact, but it maybe a little bit.
Through the lens of the market, all that matters is whether bad optics, like crying children or fleeing people, will affect the market prices. This might seem like a cold reaction, but this is Planet Finance, where you shouldn't get distracted by feelings of empathy or disgust. This worldview probably won't make you a nicer person, but it might make you a good trader.
So really what traders are, whether you're at a hedge fund or whether you're at a bank, you're a risk manager. So you need to be aware of the risks, and you need to be able to mitigate the risks, and you also need to be able to use the risk to your advantage. So when there's dislocation in the markets, which can come endogenously or externally, these are the times to make money. Like, you know, it's like never waste a disaster almost. And I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. I don't want to say capitalize on a humanitarian crisis or something. That's not my point. But during these times of dislocations, markets do move. And so you don't want to be caught wrong-footed.
But still, never waste a disaster. Does Mrs. Watanabe realize that a disaster could also present a source of opportunities? This Mrs. Watanabe is a jewelry designer. It's hard to make a good living out of that, so she also speculates on the foreign exchange market. She found out the hard way how frightening Planet Finance can be.
Planet Finance 食うか食われるかの世界まあ私の昔のように勉強しないで飛び込んでいくと本当にずる向けにされて着ぐるみ剥がされるだけなんですけど、はい、本当に恐ろしいところだと思います。
To find out how she came to that conclusion, we should go back to early 2011.
やはり最初の資金が確か自分の貯金で動かしていたんですけれど、だんだんこうロスカットされそうになったり、どんどん資金が減っていってしまってたので、姉に追加でお金を借りて、はい、入金してもらったりしていて、はい。でその時レバレッジが今と違って100倍だったんですよね。その元本が1000万円ぐらいであれば1億円ぐらいのお金の取引ができて、まあ、その1億円の値動きの中で差益を得るっていう、はい、その差益が結構
1億円、1000万円持ってる割には大きいんですね。はい。
With the money from her sister, whom she shares a small apartment with, she enters the market.
私がそんなに大きく動かしてるということをあんまり知らなくて、で気軽に貸してくれてたんですよね。はい。あんまり深く考えてなかったと思いますね。もう利益を得ることしか頭になかったです。はい。
And then on March 11th, 2011, everyone is caught by surprise.
そうですね、3.11 の時はまだ会社勤めをしていたので、もうすごい揺れたので、もうクーラーとか落ちてきそうで、もうこんなところで死にたくない、絶対死なないと思って机の中に潜り込んだりして、しばらくどうしようみたいな感じになって、もう会社は今日は終わりなので皆さん帰りましょうみたいになって。
An earthquake off the east coast of Japan causes an exceptionally strong tsunami. The impact is so great that Japan literally shifts 2.5 meters east, causing thousands of fatalities, total destruction, and billions worth of damage. On Planet Finance, such a disaster is called a black swan, a disruptive event that no one saw coming, something you can't be prepared for, but that does have a major impact, also on the market, and this time mainly on the exchange rate of the Japanese yen.
もう3時間かけて冬の寒い家まで代官山から10キロ以上歩いて帰ってきたんですね。で、そしたらようやく眠れたんですけど、その前に確かチャートはチェックして、で地震があって日本がひどいことになってるっていうことだったので、これはやっぱり円安だろうって思ったんですね、その時は。だから買ってたんですね。
株式市場すぐ閉まりましたけども、為替動いてましたのでマーケットはパニック状況になったっていうのはあったかというふうに思いますけど、いきなり尻尾踏まれた猫とか犬とかですかね、何も考えずにわっと感情のままに動いてしまう。
At such a moment, empathy is something you don't need on Planet Finance. Meanwhile, our forex strategist is in the US, on the trading floor of one of the largest banks in the world.
It's an external shock, right? So you have no idea it's coming. It's something not of the market that comes to the market. So on the trading floor, we obviously watch all the currencies and, the equity markets on our screens. And you get a feel for, when you watch them tick by tick every single day for hours a day, you get a feel for how things are trading. There was so much buying of yen, and that kind of happened in the sense because externally, they knew they had to pay for the costs of the earthquake and the tsunami, so that people were selling, or Japanese companies were selling assets abroad and repatriating them to Japan. So that caused, say, maybe selling of US dollars, buying of Japanese yen back to Japan.
The foreign currencies bought by our Mrs. Watanabe are now quickly dropping in value, especially when on Monday morning, the rate of the yen goes through the roof.
週が明けてもあの時はパニック収まらなかったというか、週が明けてからの方が大きかったのかな。っていうのは原発の問題が東日本にありましたから、今まで誰も経験したことがない。
Of course, the whole world is holding its breath, and everyone thinks the Fukushima nuclear power plant will become a second Chernobyl. But the exchange rate keeps going up.
マーケットそのものは翌週3月の17日木曜日の朝にフラッシュクラッシュ見せるまでパニックが続いたんですけども。
A financial fallout continues to follow the crisis still unfolding in Japan. And early Thursday morning, in the wee hours of the morning, the Japanese yen hit its strongest level against the dollar since World War II.
朝ニュースでテレビでニュースをつけたら、円最高値、円高が最高になりましたっていうニュースをやってて、嘘と思って。でどうなったのかしらと思って見たら口座が飛んでて、あれみたいな、なんかすごいいっぱいごちゃごちゃしてた自分の口座がシンプルになってて何もないみたいになって1700万円ぐらいに増えてたんですね、そのお金が。それが、一晩で飛んでしまって。
When all of Planet Finance starts to speculate on the exchange rate of the yen, strange things can happen. The yen skyrockets so fast that the broker's computer cannot process the huge number of trades and crashes. And in that crash, the foreign currencies owned by the Mrs. Watanabes are automatically sold for Japanese yen at a great loss. Liquidation is what they call this on Planet Finance.
ずらずらずらってなんか結局これ違うな。でもそうなのか。結局なんか証拠金よりも多く取られちゃったんですよ。一瞬の出来事だからもうストップでパソコンコンピューターが間に合ってないんですね。コンピューターの向こうの FX 会社のコンピューターが間に合わずにもう一瞬でファーってはい。なんかこれ違う。
マイナスが出たというところは、仕方がない部分があるのかなというふうに思ったりはします。金額としては16億9459万円という調査結果が残っていますので、約17億円ですかが未収金として発生したというところになります。
On planet Earth, the loss is much, much greater. But the foreign exchange market is still a zero-sum game, where someone loses, someone else wins. Planet Finance assumed that the central banks of the world's 7 largest economies, the G7, would come to Japan's aid by stabilizing the exchange rate of the yen. Our forex strategist looks back on what happened with a colleague who worked for a large hedge fund at the time. Here we see the difference between the big fish and the little ones, because she had something Mrs. Watanabe will never have, a phone with a direct line to the Fed, the American Central Bank.
I remember at UBS on the trading floor, we obviously had direct lines like to the Fed, and so they can just call for the intervention. And I just remember people like waiting for the Fed line to light up on the board, you know, like on your board, like the Fed's gonna call. And we already had planned like who would answer the phone, you know what I mean? Because we knew it would be the intervention, so yeah. And so from the bank side, that's what we see on the trading floor at a bank. But like on a hedge fund side, like what are you experiencing? You see like a headline come, or what do you see?
On Bloomberg and Reuters, you just see red headlines pop up, you know, flagging that this is an important thing. And in that instance, I mean, you have to check the tape, but I think it would say, you know, Fed, ECB, Bank of Japan announced coordinated intervention in dollar yen, and then boom, it's over in 10 seconds.
So as soon as the rumour starts to spread that the central banks will intervene, the yen immediately drops. And right after the G7's official announcement, the exchange rate falls back to its former level, leaving the losers in shock.
Do you recommend any way to make money throughout this period. So I guess on the way down, because we didn't know about the nuclear disaster would happen when the earthquake and tsunami happened on the Friday. So it was almost like catching a falling knife where dollar yen kept going lower. So I imagine some people tried to pick like a bottom.
I remember going into it, we were short dollar yen, as it were, and I think we added actually, but we added through options.
Oh, you added to the short position?
Yeah, but there was so many things going on. It was so uncertain.
Right.
And when things are uncertain, ordinarily, volatility picks up. So it's the sort of classic difference between risk and uncertainty. Like this was a truly uncertain situation. I mean, the whole Tokyo could have gone down at one point. It was really quite scary.
Risk and uncertainty. They might seem the same, but on Planet Finance, these two are very different things. Risk can be calculated, but uncertainty is dangerous and unpredictable. Only a select group of experienced traders still dares to enter the market then.
Good. All right, let's go get your gloves on.
Sometimes using the risk to your advantage means not losing a ton of money because this black swan event is approaching, right? Something awful is going to happen. You're either going to lose a ton of money or you can hopefully make a lot of money. So what you should do is either mitigate the money you lose or use it as an opportunity now to try to generate alpha. And you really have to look at it that way.
Alpha? What is alpha?
Alpha is profits.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that on Planet Finance, you can only survive if you keep a cool head. Empathy, greed, euphoria, fear. You have to learn to recognize these feelings to become a good trader.
まあ忘れちゃいけないんですけど、もう私あんまり反省とかしないんで。ロスカットにあった日っていうのがしばらく口座を凍結されてしまって取引できるようになったにしても、まあすぐに取引を再開するっていうこともできなかったですね。はい。
Even if it's only to repay the debt to her sister, our Mrs. Watanabe cannot help but to return to the market.
1ヶ月前に父が急に亡くなってしまって、そうですね、まあたまたまですけど父の事故の知らせを受ける前の日にポジションを持っていたものを様子を見ながらずっとあんまり病室に行ったりとか心配とかしてて心がぐちゃぐちゃだったので、チャートをまともに正しく判断をできなかったところはあるんですけど、ずっと保有を続けていて、また今もまだその時に持ってたポジションを持ってるんですけど、もうなんか父の形見のような思いで本当に大きく伸びるところまで取ろうっていう父の我慢の子みたいな粘り強さで大きく取ろうと思っています。
Mrs. Watanabe continues to seek her fortune on Planet Finance, and many others with her. And they accept the risks and uncertainties as part of the deal.
There's 1.3 billion people in China. I think 1 billion of them have used Alibaba. You know, you look at a company like that in the United States, that company would be worth what Amazon's worth. But it is answering, it's not answering to shareholders anymore, it's answering to another power. There's a million reasons why things don't happen in China, and we probably don't know 99% of those reasons. Well, I mean, you know, it's still the Forbidden Kingdom.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance. Wandering around Planet Finance, I arrive at the most renowned of all financial markets, the stock market, in a place where you wouldn't immediately expect it. Here in Shanghai, on Friday nights, you can see a lot of online stock trading going on. The edge of the central People's Square turns into a trading floor. Everyone can share in the profits. In a country that calls itself communist, but that also seems very capitalist to me. China has opened its doors wide to Planet Finance, as if the country has overcome its fear of capital flowing freely around the world. But now that the country is a contender to become one of the world's largest economies, I wonder who is going to set the rules of the game? China or Planet Finance?
The capitalism, the way we have it structured, works for us, whereas China, they're thinking more on the whole as opposed to the individual. Anybody could learn from that. I'm not sure if I believe in any of the other stuff that goes on in China, but I think that believing in the whole and making sure the whole works is, as far as business, I think that's a good model.
For years, Wall Street has been giving China plenty of room to make money on the international capital market. In recent years, the most valuable newcomers have mainly been Chinese. A good example is the large e-commerce company Alibaba, founded by the well-known Chinese entrepreneur Jack Ma. In 2014, he decides to list Alibaba, not in China, but on Wall Street. At the time of Alibaba's IPO, this trader was on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange as a direct eyewitness to this historic moment.
For Jack Ma, bringing it to the United States was very important. Knowing that the coverage he would get, the brand exposure, there was a lot of things going into it. But at the end of the day, I kind of think it was about ego too. I mean, it's very impressive to list your company, build a company from scratch, with 15 of your friends, and next thing you know, you're listing on the New York Stock Exchange.
If you want your company to grow, you go looking for capital. You can sell small portions of your company on the stock market. These shares can then be traded. The greater the demand, the higher the price.
I'd never heard of the company, and a friend of mine who worked on the trading floor said, this is awesome because
Alibaba is the most exciting company come across in our careers.
Everyone's looking at it and say, well, this is the same thing as Amazon because it's a very similar business model. And the investors are jumping over each other because they feel this is their chance to invest in the Chinese miracle.
In 2014, Western investors, such as our pension funds, are licking their lips at Alibaba's IPO and the company's potential for growth.
Just to begin, we have probably about 350 reporters outside. They may be yelling, they may be screaming. This is just part of it.
Jack will ring the bell, and then
The first day is where all the action is, and people were jumping over each other to try to get shares.
It's the largest IPO in history.
Certainly this is a big deal. This is a global deal.
This is by far the biggest IPO event extravaganza that we've had down here, I would say, probably since I've been down here.
It's basically the purest example of a functioning market. It has supply, has demand, supply meets demand, demand meets supply, and that's all it is. It's stressful in the fact that you gotta be there, you gotta listen, and there's the craziness of an IPO. And meanwhile, I have Jack Ma, and I started talking to him, I congratulated him and everything, and he was, talking, he goes, this is so exciting, he was thrilled. And I told him, I said, well, let me show you what I'm doing on my handheld, so this way you have an idea. And I had like maybe 4.5 million shares to sell and maybe 2 million to buy. And I said, these are the smart guys, so I made him feel good, all the buyers. The black are those smart guys, and the guys in red, they're not so smart. He was dying laughing.
Of course Jack Ma is laughing. The demand is much, much higher than the supply. And so, on the day of the IPO, the Alibaba share price immediately goes up.
Opens at 92.70.
But not all the shares are put up for sale. A large portion remains under the ownership of Jack Ma and a select group of early investors. They hit the jackpot that day.
He became, on paper, everything is on paper. No matter what, any gain is on paper until you sell it. But I believe it was 15 or 18 billion dollars. Billion, yeah. So, I could be 100% wrong about that. You could look it up, but I think it was roughly about 15 or 18 billion dollars, give or take a billion. So he was a very happy man.
That makes Alibaba's IPO the biggest one ever. The dollars flow into China, and the doors are open wide for Planet Finance. Fast forward 6 years, Jack Ma is the richest entrepreneur in China, but he still can't resist the urge to score it big again. Now he wants to take his fintech company, Ant Group, public. But this time, he doesn't choose New York.
我也很自豪地跟大家宣布，昨天晚上就在上海，我们决定了蚂蚁金服的上市的定价。这么大一次全人类有史以来最大的上市，在纽约城以外定价，这是第一次。在5年前，这个3年前我们想都不敢想，但是奇迹就这么在发生。
Ant Group's IPO should have been the biggest one ever again. But things didn't work out as planned. To understand how the IPO put the relationship between China and Planet Finance on edge, I'm taking you to Hong Kong. For a long time, this was Asia's main financial centre and an outpost of Western capital. And this time again, Western investors are first in line for Ant Group's IPO. Because in China, the entire country has become dependent on the financial super app Alipay, developed by Ant Group.
Ik heb de Alipay Hongkong app ook op mijn telefoon zitten. Het is natuurlijk in China begonnen dat mensen eigenlijk gewoon geen portemonnee meer bij zich hadden, maar alles met hun telefoon betaalden. En dat is grotendeels door Ant afgedwongen.
Amy shows her unique Alipay code and has it scanned. Done.
Dat ze dus het zo makkelijk hebben gemaakt voor kleine ondernemers in China om met een barcode te kunnen betalen. dat ze daarmee een enorme marktpositie hebben gekregen. Nou ja, en daarna is dat in een stroomversnelling geraakt, dat ze dus rondom die app Alipay allerlei producten beginnen aan te bieden.
There are so many other functions to explore.
Because with this app, you can make payments, but also take out a loan or insurance, save money, and even trade. A super app that Western tech companies can only dream of.
700 miljoen mensen hebben die app wel op hun telefoon staan, denk ik.
This fund manager clearly sees the potential of the IPO as well. As always, he is looking for returns, also on our pension money. So he is assessing at what price he would want to get on board.
Extremely sensational.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for that, and let's make lots of money.
Arnout van Rijn has worked in Hong Kong for years and shares his considerations with me in the run-up to the IPO. And due to the pandemic, he does so at a distance.
Het bedrijf gaat normaal gesproken op roadshow langs bij alle grote klanten. Er wordt nog een laatste rondje vragen beantwoord. Er wordt een grote lunch georganiseerd en dan wordt er nog eens mensen wat enthousiast gemaakt. De kranten gaan er allemaal over schrijven. Zeker in Hongkong is dat echt dan dagenlang voorpagina nieuws. En dan begint de boekbuilding en dat duurt meestal een week ongeveer. Dat mensen dus hun beslissing nemen over wel en niet meedoen en voor hoeveel. I hope it's more than 200 billion actually. It is, I think. Ja, dat betekent dus dat wij in principe erg geïnteresseerd zijn in zo'n IPO om daar aan mee te doen. Maar ja, meer kan ik daar natuurlijk niet over zeggen, want dat worden dan echt interne discussies.
But there is no Planet Finance without small investors. Even this taxi driver wants to get a piece of the pie.
而家都真係好靜啊！以前嚟計咧，即係唔係疫情嚟計咧，2-3點都好多人嘅。的士就平均，如果係即係以前嚟計咧，大約係800蚊到啦。而家應該係500-600蚊到啦。而家應該。咁係如果當然係覺得自己嗰個財富仲未曾足夠支持到自己嘅退休生活啦，所以先至會去炒股票咯，嚇。
By buying shares in Ant Group, our taxi driver gets himself a wafer-thin slice of the pie as a co-owner of the company. And with a little bit of luck, the IPO is such a big success that he can make a huge profit.
股票唔係你賺好多㗎，有時蝕㗎，有時會蝕嘅，都係睇個時勢而定嘅啫。嚇，不過如果一討嗰陣時咧，一係揾2萬啊、2-3萬都得嘅咁樣。IPO 嚟計咧，我就發覺咧就即係經驗嚟計就多數都賺嘅，即係多數都賺嘅。
In order to even qualify for Ant Group shares, everyone has to sign up through a special app 9 days before the IPO.
通常係9點半開始嘅，咁樣所以咪早啲起身咯嚇。平時都冇咁早起身嘅，平時都係12點到啦咁多嚇。因為相信會比較hot 嘅，所以就好多人都第一時間就會入嘅嚇，所以就要等緊嚟㗎。再幾秒鐘可以開始撳啦。IPO 唔係實賺嘅，但係由於比較即係聞名啲嘅 IPO 咧，賺嘅機會會大啲嘅。夠鐘啦，可以我試下撳唔撳到啊嚇？可以撳咗啦，睇下得唔得啊？佢 busy 啊，太過 busy 啊，因為入唔到去，要 try later 啦。
Het is dus zo'n populaire IPO, in China ook. Hè? Want vergeet niet, deze IPO gaat tegelijkertijd in Hongkong naar de beurs, maar ook in de starmarkt in Shanghai.
A dual listing? That doesn't happen very often. In Shanghai and at the same time in Hong Kong. Why does Jack Ma want to do this?
De meeste internetbedrijven van China zijn niet genoteerd in China. Dus Alibaba, Tencent en JD zijn allemaal op offshore beurzen genoteerd. Dus veel Chinese beleggers hebben maar een beperkte mogelijkheid om in dat soort succesverhalen te beleggen. Dus die zijn super geïnteresseerd.
Jack Ma wants to butter his bread on both sides, because China has built a virtual wall between mainland China and the rest of the world. This wall is supposed to protect the Chinese market from outside influences, but it mainly has to make sure that Chinese capital stays within the nation's borders. In Hong Kong, Jack Ma can rake in international capital, and in Shanghai, he gains access to the piggy banks of the new Chinese middle class. By day, these new investors are shown their way around Planet Finance by this wealth manager. But at night, he becomes a so-called finfluencer. Through his TikTok account, Liu Ping keeps his millions of followers informed of the market's ups and downs, and I can join him for a session.
晚上好，厚德同学，我去，就你们有问题尽管问啊。兴奋同学啊，这个热烈欢迎来加入柳叔。来，我柳叔先喝口羊肉汤。但是我会为这只羊祈祷一下的，希望它能度过一个安详的这个另外的喵声。尤里同学，你这个很明显这是个新粉啊。然后第二个就说，你觉得第一天蚂蚁的股票会涨多少？刚才也讲了，我觉得蚂蚁股票可以涨个70-80啊。王博士他认为是差不多涨50%啊，但肯定会涨啊。然后在香港买蚂蚁好，还是在上海买蚂蚁好啊？我觉得，怎么说呢？就是哪边便宜在哪边买就比较好啊。好，挂了啊，同学们，拜拜。
Liu Ping himself is also part of this new Chinese middle class. He earned an opportunity to study in Canada and now has a good job at a large asset management firm. But to get there, he had to come a long way.
小时候其实还是很穷的，超级穷。在前面呢，吃饭就仅仅能够维持吃饭，稍微有一点点那个积蓄呢，就基本上就用于买一点，逢年过节的时候买点肉啊什么的。其实是我自己发明创造的一个，就是通常的那种工薪家庭他怎么去做投资理财的一个指导思想。然后当时最早呢是我爸爸管钱，我爸爸管钱呢，因为他大手大脚，然后当然这个家里的那个核心的收入也是他在创造，但是呢，因为他就是自己也没有太好的那个管理的那个方式嘛，所以有时候经常就拿这个钱去赌博呀。或者说是去买东西啊。南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨，南无地藏菩萨摩诃萨。
For Liu Ping, it must be a huge contrast from where he came from to where he is today.
看一下我现在那个账户挣回多少钱。30多万，怎么样？要不要搬个20万进来？
不要让，还是尽量少放一点钱嘛。那回头我考虑一下给你吧。
The company our wealth manager works for helps the Chinese newly rich to become even richer. Although the financial industry is still in its infancy, investing is popular in China. 7% of the population invests, and each month they are joined by millions more. The date of Ant Group's IPO is approaching, and Liu Ping and his colleague are not only charting the possibilities within the Chinese money wall, but also those beyond. Because in the end, Chinese money will also flow wherever it wants to go.
再讲一下那个港股的那个。
港股你作为资产配置的一部分，其实还是很有必要的。尤其是你如果对海外资产有兴趣的话，香港一定是第一站。也就是说，是从向外一个窗口，更多的慢慢的就变成了一个回归祖国大陆的怀抱。
While in Hong Kong, it is getting harder and harder to speak freely, Jack Ma addresses the Chinese financial elite. It's this speech that will lead to his downfall soon after.
坦白来说，我很纠结。大银行，中国有很多大银行，更像是大江大河和血液的动脉。但是我们今天更需要湖泊，需要水塘，需要小溪小河，需要各种各样的沼泽地。缺少了这些生态系统，我们才会涝的时候涝死，旱的时候旱死。所以，今天我们国家是缺乏健康金融系统的风险。
His words about the failing government reverberate strongly. Jack Ma says things that hardly anyone dares to say in public. He claims Beijing is holding back the growth of a healthy financial market, and he emphasizes the need to embrace innovation. I wonder if Beijing's policies are also felt on Planet Finance. Our fund manager in Hong Kong seems a little nervous about it.
Now, over the last year or so, things have intensified quite a bit with the introduction of the national security law. You can really see that things are changing, and people are doing a lot of self-censorship in what they say. So that's really different now. But for the rest of Hong Kong, like I said, as a financial center, it's still very much alive and vibrant. But for people that don't like China, it's becoming more and more difficult.
In Hong Kong, the freedom of Planet Finance seems unhampered for now.
Ja, Hongkong is echt, daarom ben ik hier ook gaan wonen. Want het is gewoon een land waarin de aandelenmarkt echt wel een belangrijke rol speelt. Het is echt gewoon een publieke functie. We zijn heel erg gewend om in aandelen te beleggen. Weliswaar op een andere manier, met veel meer korte horizon. Mijn buurman heeft dat gisteren gekocht. Ik denk dat dat een hele goede tip is. Maar het is een beetje, zoals we hier ook op woensdagavond naar de horse racing zitten te kijken. Heb jij nog een tipje? Ja, dan zit je ook naar aandelen te kijken.
Meanwhile, our taxi driver is eagerly awaiting things to come.
但係你係賭股票就好過你話真係落去賭場度賭，賭場就係唔係贏就輸啊嘛。但係如果股票而家你可以即係如果揀隻好嘅股票咧，你可以守下都得，可以有機會回翻本都得。
冇啊！你抽咗啦！佢今日開始抽喎，你有冇入票啊？
我有啊！我一早就9點零鐘就起身去抽啦，抽咗5萬股啊！用孖展抽咗5萬股，孖展抽咗5萬股。
哇！好似食好啊！咁好嘢都咁俾你唔俾捉你啊？
呢個係申請啫，唔係俾你嘅。
Soon, he could become the lucky owner of 50,000 shares of a total 368 million shares that Ant Group will bring onto the market. It still remains to be seen whether he will actually get these shares, because he's not the only one. In Hong Kong, 1 out of 5 inhabitants sign up for Ant Group's IPO. And for small investors, the only way to do that is through a so-called broker.
其實我哋耀才嘅角色咧，咪好似呢個 booker 為主咯，即係可能因為有好多客戶咧需要認購，咁佢必須喺我哋有個戶口，而我哋咧就會有2種方式啦，一個現金認購，或者應該用孖展認購去幫客戶認購咯。咁全部因為今次螞蟻咧就係一個 eIPO 啊，即係我哋叫電子認購。
The broker's clients are at his office, doing trades as if it were a casino. They are speculating to earn as much as 10 cents of profit per share.
我而家睇下佢㗎啦，今朝開始睇下佢。7毫半啊，已經多求毫半子喎。
個洋錢又唔咁升成毫子啊，2毫8上去3毫8啊，即係遲發現嘅真係。
With their margin account, these fortune seekers can greatly increase their chances, with all the risks involved.
你當然係話嗱，今次暫緩上市啦，就係現金客戶，即係現金客戶啦，就可能唔會有影響嘅，因為你原銀奉還嘅，即係你認購幾多，我就全部原銀奉還俾你啦。咁如果孖展客戶嚟計咧，就孖展客戶咧，大家都知噶嘛，佢只係付出10% 嘅本金，而另外90% 我哋叫做孖展啊嘛。咁而呢個孖展咧，就基本上咧，我哋嘅做法咧就如果銀行。
So they can sign up for a much higher number of shares than they can afford, which only increases the demand for Ant Group shares. Our taxi driver has also put himself in debt this way. His 50,000 shares amount to €500,000, and all of that only to be able to play the game on Planet Finance.
其中公開招股部分只係佔總發行股數2.5%，其餘近98%係國際配售。
都好犀利嘅，公開發售得2%嘅啫。集資最多1300。即係你根本你公唔公開發售佢都冇關係嘅，大把人要嗰啲國際配售啊所以就算如果你抽到之後咧，都唔使咁，我相信唔需要咁急放。
The hype around the IPO is reaching great heights. In Hong Kong, the demand is now nearly 400 times higher than the number of available shares. So now, the game of supply and demand really starts. Because what will be the price of the share?
Uiteindelijk is dat hele marktmechanisme van wat is iets nou eigenlijk waard? En alle psychologische aspecten die daar ook aan zitten. Die retailbeleggers die misschien helemaal gek worden en veel te hoge prijs voor betalen. Ja, daar wil je op een gegeven moment dan ook in feite juist wel gebruik van kunnen maken. Door te zeggen van dit zijn alleen maar retailers die het op deze prijs kopen, ik ben weg. Dus dat psychologische spel is ook heel leuk om te spelen.
This psychological game is what Planet Finance is crazy about. Because in the end, the value of something is what a fool is willing to pay for it. And that's exactly what Beijing is scared of. After all, in the days of Mao, there simply were no stock markets in the communist country. So for China, joining the game on Planet Finance is a relatively new and, above all, risky endeavour. And given the deep poverty Liu Ping has pulled himself out of, I wonder how he deals with the risk that he, too, could lose everything again.
但是呢，为什么会有这个恐惧？这不是受你的意志存在的，它就是事实就存在这里。我小时候就怕黑，然后呢，我又回想起来，我爸爸妈妈小时候都是那种叫什么叫农村的那种什么，就是那种就是小生产队的那种上工的那种方式。然后呢，我就一个人，我和我弟弟2个人就在家里头，就纯粹就关在小黑屋里面。然后呢，我妈妈为了防止我们去乱跑或者让我们受伤，就给我们放一个桶里面，就放在一个桶，那个桶很高，然后我们就蹲在那个里头，就拉屎拉尿。但是呢，就是寻求等待妈妈的回来，对吧？当我没有意识到看不到这个东西的时候，我只记得当时的感受的时候，我肯定是恐惧。那如果说我知道背后的原因是这样子的情况下，那我看到了相当于说刺激我恐惧的那个原因之后，那我这份恐惧自然就会消失。然后反正现在就没有什么恐惧了。那么在投资里面也有一份恐惧，就是怕担心自己会亏损。
For Beijing, it's harder to deal with the prospect of potential loss. And Jack Ma, after his warning about the power of the Chinese government, he continues his speech by taking things one step further.
中国的金融和其他刚成长起来的发展中国家一样，在金融业我们是青春少年，还没有成熟的生态系统，没有完全的流动起来。中国不是金融系统性风险， 因为中国金融基本上没有系统，而是中国是缺乏金融系统缺乏金融系统的风险。
The laughter of the Chinese financial in-crowd sounds uncomfortable. And 3 days before the planned IPO, this discomfort reverberates around Shanghai's business district.
包括这个马云同学这个最近的大会上那个讲话，
那个监管对，
又有点这种魂不吝的味道啊，所以确实是让监管层是比较担心的，因为一旦出事，其实这个时候就是全民买单。蚂蚁最大的问题是垄断，而且垄断呢是一个很敏感的领域，是金融领域。加上垄断这个事情，一旦出岔子，影响就非常大，因为都知道金融是个高杠杆行业。
它就是体量太大了。
但问题
就是而且
问题就是真正问题是在这，目前来看一切都好，不管是腾讯也好，还是阿里也好，都是民营资本。
好，你这个有点害怕的。
这个一言以蔽之，这个确实是牵涉到。
是。
其实这个我觉得也没那么忌讳。现在舆论现在已经有这种往这种方向走的这种感觉。
肯定不像工行，
对，
肯定不像我们的中国移动，肯定不像这些国营企业里面有一个要求。
对，影响力太高了。
对，是担心它出事。
Our wealth manager and his colleagues are clearly worried. Not only about the tone of Jack Ma's speech, but also about the powerful position of Ant Group.
但的核心的能力就在他那里，就是我有多少人来我这里借钱，有多少人会逾期，有多少人会赖账。 这些是清清楚楚的，因为它有大数据，所以就变成它就相当于是一个通道。然后呢，核心能力在它那里，核心能力在它那里的话，它它会变得越来越壮大，越来越壮大，越来越壮大。啊，这很可怕的。
But meanwhile, the interest in Ant Group shares only continues to grow. In Shanghai, the demand is now 800 times higher than the supply. And then, 2 days before the long-awaited listing, something happens that nobody could see coming. Beijing slams the emergency brake and pulls the plug on Ant Group's IPO.
The largest initial public offering of all time, not listing here in the United States, but would be listing or was said to be ready to list in Hong Kong and on the relatively new star market in Shanghai. All of that appears this morning to be going up in smoke.
这个 IPO 案它要上市，结果中国的证监会、中国的央行、中国的银保监、马雲、井贤棟、胡小平，也就是蚂蚁金服。
我哋真係好似好耐冇聽過有上市，上唔到市，臨開波之前嗰2日係嘛？好似冇聽過，所以啲人猛問究竟點啊？
好突然啦，同埋即係覺得即係好似冇乜可能咁樣喎，真係嚇咁大隻嘅 IPO， 全世界最大嘅 IPO 突然之間停咧，就即係對中國嗰個聲譽啊都有啲影響嘅，都會有影響。
就廣為人知，喺馬雲等人咧被約談之後咧，網友以馬已經服、馬已金服、馬已經服經係北京嘅經啊等諧音咧去調山呢個。
咁就變咗就冇機會再申請到呢隻股咯嚇。咁梗有少少失望嘅，因為正常嚟計，如果琴日咁計啦，即係話估計佢會升50%㗎嘛。要都講明啦，就孖展利息咧就恐無法退回啦咁樣，可以講得上係未曾開始已經係輸咗錢㗎啦已經咁樣。呢個係 但係最主要睇睇嗰個中國嗰個即係講出嚟點解，即係點解停止咗呢個 IPO 先知啦。呢樣我都真係唔知喎，真係。
我这里可以告诉你的是呢，暂缓的决定呢是有关证券交易部门履行自律监管责任的体现。
The regulator speaks with restraint. Never before was such a large IPO called off at such a late stage in the process. And this completely unexpected move by Beijing leaves Planet Finance speechless.
但係琴晚突然間7點零鐘中證8點零鐘中證啱公佈，而9點零鐘香港交易所亦都公佈埋，全部停晒。咁我自己覺得由天堂跌到個谷底咯。唉，咁所以一言難盡咯。今次嘅事件真係講真一言難盡，真係好無奈啊！真係笑得。
所以依家最簡單嘅就聽朝啊，你聽朝佢火紅今日張單。
咁我都未講啊！我一推門入去，佢見到我已經好激動。喂，我搞錯啊！點賠翻俾我？我賠俾你咩，大佬？我都係今朝食咗你貓啊！
Our broker also thought he hit the jackpot with his commission on all those transactions.
但係呢一次就一個世紀嘅招股而出現到，我哋叫胎死腹中，做到㗎。就係締造一個全行嘅歷史，但係呢個歷史5日後，原來呢個歷史係個泡影。咁你諗下，我哋無奈到無奈啦，真係㗎，講真，係啊。
Als u zegt van had je het zien aankomen. Maar ja, het businessmodel was gewoon super degelijk en dus ook super winstgevend. Kun je echt geen gat inschieten. Ze krijgen de fee binnen en ze hoeven geen enkel risico te nemen. De banken nemen alle risico op de boeken en die staan een deel van hun fee af. Het is gewoon, ja, je duwt je er als middelman tussen met een appje en daar ga je gewoon miljarden mee verdienen. Het is te mooi om waar te zijn.
If something seems too good to be true, it usually is too good to be true, especially on Planet Finance. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, our wealth manager obviously has heard the news of the cancelled IPO. He has been busy with his TikTok channel all night because everyone wants to know why those mountains of gold they were promised have now vanished into thin air. And he tried his very best to answer that question.
这怎么算呢？26。这个多少钱？46。
这8块钱，你卖2块。
哦，我的天哪！
But to actually share his insights with his followers proves to be a not so easy task.
我靠，昨天就睡了2个小时。
就睡2个小时？
我昨天就睡了2个小时。
你现在困吗？
我现在好困啊！那个，为什么呢？这两天事情实在太多了，就是一看到新闻，立刻就写了个视频，发出去了。存活时间大概20分钟，
然后呢，被下架了。
被下架了，点赞率超过50%。我前天写的内容呢不太好，就有点调侃监管的。所以昨天呢，我写的很客观中立。然后他下架，我就再上传；他下架，我再上传。我一直搞到了大概将近1点钟，5点多钟的时候，我又做了一个尝试，又发了一遍，这次死得更快，600个播放就直接被下架了。
最后呢，谁赢了？
他赢了，他赢了，还是他赢了，
是吧？
Apparently, TikTok also quickly realized that the cancelled IPO was a sensitive topic.
蚂蚁暂停上市的时候， 我看到这个消息是在我的粉丝群里面，他们就是立刻就转过来了，然后可能完了，然后呢，想着说啊，原来外滩金融峰会的这个后果这么严重。
不是中国不是金融系统性风险，因为中国金融基本上没有系统。
当他有这个自信啊，当时有这个自信去尝试，我觉得，然后当时的年轻人热血沸腾是吧？说哎，终于有人跟监管叫板了，而且你借着自己的影响力去要求监管，我觉得这是非常不妥的，就有点像手里拿个棍子说你答应我吧，哎呀，求求你了，这个，那你手里这个棍子用来干啥呢，对吧？
What Jack Ma was really hoping to achieve with his speech isn't entirely clear to Liu Ping and his colleague.
对，大杯的一个拿铁吧。
帮你确认一下，大杯热拿铁，大杯热巧克力都70元，多少位？
你看到这个新闻，你怎么想的？
看到这新闻，首先肯定很惊讶了，因为这个事情搞大了嘛，哪想到搞这么大？一个是铁板钉钉的事情，对吧？对。那个马云那个炮轰监管层那个讲话，他也不是随机的，就说是兴之所至讲的。
他肯定是
他当时讲的时候，他是有讲稿的。
对啊。
他是对着
准备的，
对着那个讲稿讲的。所以这个现在讲的人也很多啊，反正基本上比较一致的观点就是这样的，就是马云的这个炮轰监管是一次公开的喊话，然后这次公开的喊话得到的回应是出乎他意料的强硬。对，因为你想什么样层级的力量可以同时把四部委对同时丢起来？
行，校验失败，简直就是扑腾一下，然后呢，这个做一个尝试，对吧？
Before the scheduled IPO, Jack Ma was a busy man. The flight data of his private jet show that immediately after his infamous speech in Shanghai, he is being summoned to Beijing. And while all of China is still abuzz with the upcoming IPO, 2 days later, after a short stay in Hangzhou at Ant Group's head office, Jack Ma is again summoned to Beijing. That's when Ant Group's IPO is called off. For 12 long days, his private jet doesn't leave Beijing. Jack Ma seems to have dropped off the radar.
Hey, take it easy, buddy.
I wonder what people on the other side of the ocean think of Jack Ma's disappearance.
Calm down, Stinky.
The only time I've ever seen him is when he finally came out, you know, when wherever he went on vacation. He looked happy, but I didn't hear anything he had to say. I don't think there probably is, you know, it's speeches, because his last speech was very negative as far as the Chinese banking system.
Did you watch it?
I saw parts of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
What do you think of it?
Well, I think he's right. You know, I think he's right, but I don't live in China. You know, I'm free to say what I think about Jack Ma and the Chinese banking system here.
Hey, here you go.
I mean, we don't see everything that goes on in China.
Hey, down. I know.
There's a collar underneath his collar. He has it's a shock thing. It has 2 metal prongs, and if you walk around the property, right on the other side of the fence, there's a little metal wire, and basically, if he goes over that line, it'll like shock him a little bit, and it just reminds him that he's not supposed to go, because he was trained to not go over past that spot. The similarity is striking.
但是我们中国人需要湖泊，需要水塘，需要小溪小河，需要各种各样的沼泽地。缺少了这些生态系统，我们老是看着是看。所以，今天我们国家是缺乏健康金融系统的风险，我们需要建设。
1 year later, the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party draws near. Besides Ant Group, Beijing has also subjected other Chinese tech companies to stricter rules. And Jack Ma's pride and joy still isn't listed.
蚂蚁上市被否呢？我觉得挺好的，因为蚂蚁停止上市之后，你去看这个中概的这些互联网的企业的，基本上都有一个大幅的下折，大概20-30%是有的，平均啊。是的。就是从蚂蚁停止上市那一年就开始，也就是说资本已经形成了一个共识，就是中国政府，对这种事情是不太认同的。我中国政府这个是全能的党，对吧？
Almighty Beijing clearly doesn't want to leave everything to the power of the market. As a result, the Wall Street share prices of Alibaba and other Chinese tech companies are falling. I wonder why Beijing puts so much pressure on its own large tech companies.
Is op een laat moment bij de Chinese regelgever denk ik ook wel het besef gedaagd van misschien dat dit niet zo goed is voor onze traditionele banken. Als Ant al het geld verdient, maar nooit een slechte lening heeft. Kijk, dat was gewoon de conclusie. En daarom is nu dus het voorstel van laten ze maar 30% van het risico nemen. Dat is ook ongeveer het deel van de fee dat ze naar zich toe halen. Dus ja, het klinkt mij ook heel plausibel om het op die manier te doen.
Apparently Planet Finance understands Beijing.
Ja. En nogmaals, het was echt een beetje te mooi om waar te zijn. En daarom voor ons als beleggers is het een heel aantrekkelijk bedrijf. En het zal dus nu minder aantrekkelijk zijn.
In the end, our taxi driver gets reimbursed by Ant Group for the interest he paid. But his dream of making a fortune in a single day is gone.
所以就冇再玩嗰啲科技股咯，買翻比較即係有實力啲嘅公用股，即係好似買咗隻八號仔啊，或者買咗隻883啊。
With the benefit of hindsight, I wonder if Jack Ma already suspected that his company's IPO wasn't viable when he gave his speech. Did he realize that his days as a successful entrepreneur were numbered?
坦白来说，我很纠结。陈述讲的不对，贻笑大方，但是也就大家枯竭一听，觉得没道理，忘了就算。
Is that why he overcame his fear of Beijing and dared to say what others can't? But in the light of history, that doesn't matter anymore, because Beijing stays its course and splits Ant Group into different parts. The company has to submit all user data to a state-owned agency and comply with the same strict rules as banks and insurance companies. If there's one thing I've learned from this, is that the cancellation of the IPO was a watershed moment. Perhaps not altogether unexpected, but China itself now determines the rules of the game that's played on Planet Finance. Meanwhile, Beijing forced Jack Ma to give up his control of Ant Group, potentially opening up the possibility to set a new date for an eventual IPO.
In the old days, say pre-1990s, capital was king or queen. You called the shots. Now capital is a burden. I estimate that globally there's roughly $10 to $20 trillion in excess capital that has no useful home, no place to go. It's just roaming the world, searching for a use. For those who possess that capital, it's a little bit of a nightmare. So it can kind of make up its own opportunities, or it can allow crazy financial opportunities to arise solely to put that money to work.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance. Wandering around Planet Finance, I arrive at a place where they really love risk. Here they speculate on the chance of a wildfire, flood, or other catastrophe happening.
You want to try going from there? Come on, boys, let's go.
This man lives off disasters.
I married while I was in college, and I started my family while I was doing my PhD. My first child, he cost the insurance company $500,000 being born prematurely. And so the person at the insurance company told me, your next child won't be covered.
Oh, so good.
Someone whispered to me and they said, hey, go to Wall Street. You know a lot of math. They'll give you health care just for solving one equation.
Okay.
So in the first interview, the person comes in, he said, John, does money motivate you? And he went on, a 10 or 15-minute speech that culminated almost, do you worship at the altar of money? Does money mean more to you than anything else on this planet? Et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, wow, this is a very long speech. And so I waited for him to finish, and I said, no. Now, see? Then why are you here? I said, oh, I just need health insurance, and I'll do anything that you ask me to do. That was my start. And that led directly and eventually to my getting a phone call from Lehman Brothers one day for catastrophe bonds. I said, oh, wow. I go, okay, so I have no experience in that. And he said, that's the great thing, nobody does.
On Planet Finance, there is a market for nearly everything, even for a future disaster. A disaster that hasn't happened yet. A disaster that might never happen. There are people who spend all their time calculating the minimum chance of such a disaster happening, and, above all, the extent of the damage.
What is a crisis or a catastrophe or a hurricane? What happens is it causes chaos. And chaos is the breakdown of typical systems. And it's this feeling of you normally walk around and you're like, I know the subway is going to come at this time. I know that I have to go to work at 9, I have to leave by 5 and to go to the grocery store. And then a crisis hits and none of that is known anymore. Suddenly it's all in the world of unknown.
To show you how such a chaotic situation can give rise to a market, I will take you back to a dark autumn night in 2011.
Come here.
Hurricane Sandy reaches the shores of New York. A state of emergency is declared and all traffic comes to a standstill. The south part of Manhattan is flooded. and power goes out. The next morning, the extent of the damage becomes clear, and even Wall Street is forced to close trading for 2 days. A rarity. The last time that happened was after 9/11.
The aftermath is a process of how do you go from chaos back to understanding or back to some sort of stability. It's not going to be the same as it was before, but hopefully a little bit more stable than that moment of chaos.
The storm leaves New York with 43 dead and billions of dollars of damage. The flooded tunnels are the greatest disaster to ever happen to the city's public transportation system.
Be careful, because the water has some grease in it, so it might be a little slippery.
So how do you make a business out of that? What is the business? Well, the business is being able to predict that risk and price it.
How can anyone make money out of a disaster? A disaster that only seems to leave losers in its wake.
The tunnel filled with water for about 2/3 of its length. We estimate there were about 60 million gallons of salt water entered the tunnel. I think it was about a week of solid pumping just to pump the water out of the tunnel. That was before we started doing any repairs or cleaning or anything like that. I don't think anybody knew what the intensity of it was going to be when it actually came. And, you know, we weren't really prepared for it, I guess.
Today, New York is prepared. To be able to pay for the damage when the next hurricane happens, a former banker has found the solution. She spent years on Wall Street and now works for the Transportation Authority of New York. For the uninsurable damage, she goes to Planet Finance for help.
We all hear about hurricanes in the Caribbean. We know about damage in Florida occasionally, and we never thought that it would come here, but it did. Of course, our system was devastated. The inside of our tunnels have a lot of electrical equipment that was all ruined. Our damages were like in about $800 million range, I think. We were only able to get about 500 million, give or take, in coverage, and the premium doubled, actually more than doubled. So we were concerned that we were not able to get enough coverage. That's when we started working on our first cat bond transaction.
Let's explain that one first. Cat bond is short for catastrophe bond. A bond is nothing more than a loan that has to be paid back before a specified date. I lend you a sum of money, you pay me interest, and at the end of the term, you pay me back the borrowed amount. But a cat bond goes further than that. If a disaster occurs before the end of the loan's term, the money lender loses the entire sum, which is then used to compensate for the damage and save New York.
It's exactly like insurance, right? Insurance collects your premium while everything's okay. It's supposed to pay you when you have pain and loss.
So now New York pays interest on a cat bond instead of an insurance premium. And if you want to buy a cat bond, you go to John So.
I described the deal and I fairly quickly got to the size. I'd say, oh, nothing, just 500 million, you know.
Years ago, John couldn't get health insurance when his wife was expecting a second baby. Now he owns a hedge fund specialized in cat bonds.
Even the hedge fund there is leaving 400 basis points on the table, right? That's why, it's like, because we're not.
Cat bonds that should cover the damage of future disasters.
The reasoning is that there are all these opportunities and you just have to give examples like I gave, right? But as I say...
To get in on the game, you need at least 100 million euros.
Hold on a second. This is $1.5 billion commercial mortgage that's backed by the collateral of the building itself, the complex. But the complex itself is not insured against earthquake or flood even, or all these
There are even cat bonds to cover the damage of solar storms and meteorite impacts.
So this is our main room. We're 31 people, and we invest in bonds. Now, bonds are usually very simple. These bonds are called catastrophe bonds, meaning earthquakes, hurricanes, floods. We lose money when they occur. So we're not profiting off of destruction. We're insuring destruction that is otherwise too large for traditional insurance companies to handle comfortably. So there's a lot of computation that's involved in this.
This server room is the heart of the company. The computers link the widest range of data sets together and continuously calculate the probability of a future disaster happening, plus the damage it might cause.
It's set up so that my older brother, who used to sit right over there, can actually see all the status lights from his desk. So it turns out running a server room is very complex because you have software to see if software is broken, but then you need software to look at that software to see if it's broken. And usually the whole chain doesn't work all the time. So the best indicator of failure is actually a red light. So you want to be able to stand up and see the red lights. Investors around the world are looking for something new to invest their money in, and then they find us. Once they find us and allow us to invest their money, then really the rest is relatively easy. Oh, hey, hello.
Right. That $10 to $20 trillion of capital roaming the world is urgently looking for returns.
Our clients are wonderful. They come from every continent, from every investor class in the world. So it's everything from giant national pension funds, corporate pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies, banks, endowments, charities, and wealthy individuals.
What would happen if normal traditional bonds witness higher yields? How would it affect the cat bonds?
You know, our market is...
If the interest rates on other bonds go up, as they do today, the interest rates on cat bonds automatically go up as well, so the returns remain high.
You know, in a sense, catastrophe bonds are the only thing left over to absorb that extra risk. The demand for cyber risk coverage is going to explode over the next year.
John So's clients invest millions in his hedge fund, and throughout the term of the cat bond, they receive an attractive interest rate in return. But first, the conditions under which they can lose their money are precisely defined. There are so-called triggers for that. What the minimum damage should be after a wildfire, or what the minimum water level should be during a flood.
The trigger was created specifically for our area. Basically, the modeling firm did the analysis where potential storms can come from, and they analyzed about 100 years of data. They model 100,000 storms based on all this data available historically. And basically, they're continuously measuring water levels. The triggers are, if in area A, the trigger level, the water hits 7.75 feet, or in area B, it hits 12.75 feet above NAV 88, then transaction triggers. Another condition for the transaction to trigger is that there's got to be a named storm.
Every new hurricane season, the first tropical storm gets a name starting with the letter A until the end of the alphabet is reached. Anna, Bill, Claudette, Danny. Many named storms have swept across New York since, but the water never reached as high as it did during Sandy.
It actually never triggered. So far, investors didn't lose any money on us. We hope it is going to happen at some point. I'm joking. But yeah, so far so good. So far it hasn't triggered. We didn't have another Sandy.
So this cat bond is not only a solution for New York, but Planet Finance is happy as well. A typical win-win situation.
A catastrophe bond is brilliant because it's so simple. There was no complexity for the investors. You know, when you set a high watermark there, and you tell very clearly to the organization, if the water comes to 8 feet, not 8.5 feet, then we have no insurance. The engineers know how high to make the sandbags, to design all the flood barriers for all the entrances too.
So one of the mitigation measures that we put into place after Sandy was these floodgates right here. These are steel hinged floodgates. Each of these gates weighs approximately more than 40,000 pounds, so approximately 20,000 kilograms. This floodgate seemed to be the best combination of cost, strength. As long as we maintain them and replace the gaskets, these should last for 7,500 years.
John's job is to make sure that even if there is a big storm, there is no damage to his tunnel, our tunnel, I should say, right? So my job is to make sure that if there is damage, we have money to fix it, right? Investors who invest in cat bonds, they're just used to investing in this kind of risk. That's what they do. And to be honest, because it's such a risky asset, right? They enjoy much higher interest rates that are currently available on other assets. You know, they will invest a little bit in MTA cat bond and then invest a little bit in the earthquake in Mexico cat bond and a little bit in Japanese typhoon cat bond. And this is how they diversify their portfolio so things don't hit all at once and they don't lose everything. But
So there is a market for disasters all around the world, each with its own risk, and therefore its own price.
Managing catastrophe risk is very, very particular. And this was originally what drove my perception of the opportunity here. The opportunity, not just for profit, but to actually create a whole nother industry that never existed before. It was driven by the fact that traditional finance actually is very uncomfortable dealing with catastrophe risk and effectively sweeps it under the rug, right? They want to think about the opposite, which is, you know, the winning lottery ticket, hitting it big, you know, big upside. Who wants to think about downside? So the very first task I set myself to, even before I went to Lehman Brothers to manage a catastrophe trading group, was to actually redevelop all the mathematics outside of the bell curve, right?
So there it is, the bell curve. A graph in the shape of a church bell. Traditional banks and insurance companies use the bell curve to calculate their risk. In the middle, you see what is most likely to happen. For instance, the chance of people paying off their mortgage. The sides of the curve show you the chance of what is less likely to happen, like mortgages that aren't paid off due to unemployment or illness. The business model of Planet Finance is built on the most likely risks, not on the so-called tail risk. That's where it becomes much harder to make precise predictions. Because what are the chances of an airplane flying into the World Trade Center, or of a tsunami crashing straight into a nuclear power plant? These are the unexpected events the traditional part of Planet Finance isn't prepared for. But John So lives off these fickle chances.
The reason why they're stuck on that framework is because they don't have anything else. And it terrifies them, because if you can't rely on that, there is actually no academic framework for dealing with systemic catastrophe risks. Because if you don't have that framework, then you can only deal with emotion or relying on old-fashioned techniques that are known not to work. And you need to break with that if you're going to survive in the catastrophe bond arena.
So John So's algorithms can be used to calculate the chance of a disaster happening. But to me, human behavior seems much harder to capture in an algorithm.
Because individuals are too wild and wet and non-uniform to be conquered with simple mathematics.
To show you how those planet finance algorithms affect planet Earth, I travel to the village of Bonnie-Doon. A close-knit community on the American West Coast. A place where the threat of wildfires looms every long, dry summer.
Here's Josh.
Hey,
Hey, I hear you.
are you gonna be there for a few minutes?
All right, I'll be around.
The community has a village elder who lives off the wood from the forest.
Johnny, did you see there's 3 deer in the orchard?
His wife, who grows flowers for weddings and celebrations.
Those darn deer might go up over the road.
We have to shoo some deer out of the garden. Okay.
And this man, who makes his living drilling water wells.
I think we're set. Okay. You want to get fuel? You already got it.
And a teacher who gives lessons to convicts. When one fateful August night a wildfire came straight at them, they decided to fight it themselves. It was the night that marked the beginning of the Santa Cruz lightning complex fires, which started with as many as 11,000 bolts of lightning.
In all the 50 years or more that we've been here, we have never seen so much lightning, and we thought, what is going on? But we still, the fire hadn't really become a reality.
Well, it wasn't a reality. It hadn't started.
It hadn't started yet.
And there happens to be some lightning, chain lightning, by the Monterey Bay. Gotta check this out.
We looked out our bedroom window, and we had never seen anything like it.
Well, it was
So
lighting
many
up the sky everywhere. It wasn't even in one spot.
There's the wall of clouds coming towards us. Something's coming. Something big. Something's going. Thunderclouds. Humid. Huge.
I mean, it was behind us, it was up north of us, it was everywhere. There were big lightning bolts going off all over the place. And that's why there were 9 different fires started, you know. And the thunderclaps were loud. They weren't just, you know, all way off in the distance. They were right on
right
top
around
of
us.
The fire department, well, we didn't ever see them, to be truthful, because they were all going to these different fire locations. I took Nancy, our daughter, and all the kids, and everyone up here evacuated. And then fire was hitting. It was hitting the upper part of Bonnie. It was coming up that swan area and starting down this way.
Every human being is constantly making his own personal assessments, how to deal with the risks of life.
John was up on the mountain by himself. His son had left, his daughter had left. Everybody was gone, except for John. All the neighbors left. John was the only one who stayed. There was one night when John was the only one up there. He's also kind of this patriarch of our community and a really well-respected elder, I would call him. And so I felt the need that I needed to go up just to help John if help was needed.
And when disaster suddenly strikes, you can freeze, flee, or fight.
Most of us, even though we're hermits, just kind of were like, okay, the government's gonna handle it, let's get out of the way. And then when John Lingaman decided to stay, you know, he let us all know that nobody was here. You know, it's kind of like that age-old story, like no one's coming to save you. Ooh, cop. Don't know what he's doing here. Maybe we're all in trouble. But we kept getting refused by the police. So we ended up sneaking up here. I'm so curious about that. Sheriff, we rarely get cops up here just because, you know, why patrol? We're not super interesting.
Yeah, to start, we'll be revisiting some notable wildfires.
Many miles away, John So and his team are trying to calculate the possible damage of the wildfires to see if any triggers could be activated.
The Tubbs fire from 2017, Camp Fire from 2018, Woolsey from 2018, and the Santa Cruz landing fire from 2020.
So then let me see here. Where are the property counts there? The actual property counts are there in line 6, right?
You obviously see in green the fire perimeter for the Santa Cruz fire, the CZU fire.
What's in green? That's the green is it's not forest, it's actually the fire perimeter?
That's the fire perimeter, which I'm gonna turn on and off, toggle on and off.
Okay.
And
could you create a different color for that?
Yeah.
Make it red?
Yeah. You know, what you see is a bunch of yellow dots, and each of those dots represents properties in and around, in this case, this Santa Cruz County.
We know what resources are. At the very beginning of that event, we tested a new satellite imagery processing technique to try to predict what the losses of that fire would be. But would you say the burn ratio in those areas, total number of structures versus, you know...
It will be quite high.
It will be high.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's what would be interesting to find out, because now you're basically coming up with a resource kind of dependent view on what the burn ratio is going to be, which I like. Wildfires are very common, and they are relatively straightforward events. You have ignition, you have burn, and then you have damage. So where most people actually think that the greatest uncertainty lies is in the damage itself, right? If you burn a certain area, then how many of the homes are destroyed? And there is some uncertainty in there, but there's surprising patterns in that.
Maybe those patterns can be recognized in the data, but I wonder what good those calculations are to you when the fire is coming your way.
No one knew how bad it would get. All night long, I would go up to the top of our property, and during the night, I kept hearing these explosions that I thought were the propane tanks. I mean, it was a boom, you know. Ash was falling on me, but it was still a tiny breeze on the back of my neck. The little breeze was actually blowing the fire slightly away from us. In the morning, it came over the ridge, and then I could see trees flaring up. I was walking around, and I guess partially because my daughter was emotionally, I guess she was tweeting and calling people, telling them to get me out of here.
It was a very surreal experience. Rodents, mice and rats literally like running through your legs, just fleeing the fire. And then the butterflies. A lot of monarch butterflies were just landing on me in the woods. And they didn't seem, I mean, how can you read a butterfly's personality, but they didn't seem panicked. You know, the way a butterfly is just so light in the way they live, it seems like. And so they're just kind of cruising along, and they would land and then they would move on, but there was a lot more than I have ever seen in the woods. And obviously they were just moving away from the danger.
They don't have necessarily decent roads coming in, going out. CAL FIRE won't be able to reach there.
So the burn ratio is going to be 60%.
Sure, yeah.
The fire was finally starting to come around and approach us.
Anybody that knows how to go towards the Empire?
No, I don't know. I think I realized probably on the second day of fighting the fire that we were going to control it as long as the weather didn't change. The information was so poor from social media.
On their iPhones, they were seeing pictures of that very aggressive fire.
And so from social media, there was these satellite images that showed what they said were hot spots of where it was burning and where it wasn't. So it was kind of an overlay of the topography of the land, and it just had a bunch of dots. The red dots where it was really hot, orange wasn't as hot, yellow maybe it had already burned, and then green was okay. And when you looked at it, it showed red dots all over our house and all over our neighborhood. People were hyper-focused on this image, and they're just like, it's burning right here. And then we would get texts from them, from people in town saying, it's burning on Back Ranch Road. You need to go check it out. You need to get out. That's your only way out. And we go out to Back Ranch Road, and there was no fire. And we'd say, there's no way it's burning on Back Ranch Road. We can see the fire. It's right here, you know? And then we would tell them, and then, no, it's burning on Warren Drive. You need to go get out. And then we'd go look and be like, no, it's not burning there either. And it wasn't until, I think, probably 3 or 4 days in, we realized that the satellite image was transposed improperly. It needed to shift east by about a mile or so.
The fire went around and came up the backside, and all of a sudden we got a desperate hollering. And there was a draw there. It had come up and it caught one of its outbuildings on fire. By the time I got up there, it had taken off. It was really burning. We weren't going to stop it. It literally sounded like some jet plane preparing to take off. And that's when I decided, you know, this is ridiculous. Let's get the bulldozers, and we pushed this fire break through.
And with those bulldozers, the Bonnie Doon residents create a wall, a fire break between themselves and the approaching flames.
It almost looks like that upper left lobe.
Yeah,
Look, go to the left there. Yeah, that lobe right there.
There's houses
That
in the
looks
row.
like they were the ones that actually successfully built a perimeter.
So I'm gonna zoom in on that and actually see if I can see
The human behavior is a fundamental part of the modeling. It's actually already taking into account that there's millions of sometimes very stubborn and independent, especially here in the US, homeowners who are defying orders to leave and evacuate, running around, you know, putting up boards over their windows and defending their homes. If it weren't for that behavior, then the losses would easily be double or triple what we're observing. So it's actually, in a sense, priced in, this human behavior.
Right. So John So has already factored in this behavior of large groups of people. But what about the behavior of a single individual? Because whether our village elder can be insured against wildfires is decided today by algorithms. In New York, a fintech startup is confident that it can calculate the risk of a wildfire down to the smallest detail, and therefore determine whether something is insurable or not.
And the first version of our model didn't really take into account the randomness of lightning, so it didn't really consider lightning as a major variable.
The reason we exist is because the old way of doing things isn't really working anymore. The traditional way of understanding risk is, let's look at this spot on the map, this zip code, and we look and say, okay, over the last 500 years, this has burned 5 times. So it has a 1 in 100 chance of burning. And then you price it accordingly. The problem is, it's right there in the word, climate changed.
You see right here, -4 is extreme drought, right? -3 is just...
So you can't really use the last 500 years and expect to be able to predict the next 10 years off of that. You have to do a much more bottom-up physical model using machine learning, looking at the reality of that place now. This is what the trees look like. This is what the weather looks like. This is where the fire breaks are. This is how close the closest fire engines are. And all that's being done by the model, the AI model. So it's, to give you an idea, the traditional way of doing it, they might run 100,000 simulations to get to that 1 in 100 number. They might say, run 100,000 different simulations and say, okay, I think that this has a 1 in 100 chance of burning. Our machine learning models, our models, they're running 682 billion simulations.
To build a well-functioning AI model out of 682 billion simulations, you need all kinds of things.
I'm losing money. I don't know how to model this anymore. The models aren't working. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to do this anymore.
First of all, you need investors' money.
Where else can you go with this?
But also brains, with a background on Wall Street.
And I started my career at Goldman Sachs, and I'm a doctor as well.
A climate scientist, a mathematician.
A probability that the fire will spread to a grid in California.
And the founders who zealously promote their AI model.
There is significant alpha that we could find in the industry, as we've seen, as they all pull back because they say, all right, we have no idea what the future is going to look like. There's a far more measured and data-driven approach that we could really take towards it. A lot of the traditional finances, so places like pension funds and hedge funds and family offices, looked over and said, well, here's this whole world that's writing insurance policies. It's not focused at all on the stock market or in commodities or something like that. They're just focused on whether or not a hurricane happens, an earthquake happens, or wildfire happens. And why that's so valuable is because it's a non-correlated asset. And what I mean by that is the stock market can be doing whatever it is today that's almost completely unrelated to whether or not the wind is blowing in Florida and there's a hurricane happening. And one of the best things you can have as an investor is something that's non-correlated, because even if you think you're diversified in your portfolio, but it's all in the stock market, well, if the stock market blows up tomorrow, then everything's gonna go down.
So the appeal of a cat bond is that it's a completely different type of risk. Even if Wall Street crashes tomorrow, the cat bond will still bear high interest rates.
We're headed out to Last Chance Road to get people water. We work on water wells and repairing water wells. Virtually every water well out here melted. Fire came through there very fast and very hot. Very different than the fire that we dealt with at our home. Sorry for the dirty windshield. It's only gonna get dirtier today. It used to be you couldn't see any of this. This was all trees. That was a house there. There was a house right here. That one survived. One gentleman died out here. was an elderly guy who went back in to get stuff, from what I heard, and he didn't make it out. He tried to hike out through the state park, and he didn't make it. They found him. Some of the neighbors found him.
After the disaster, there is nothing of value left. But when lightning strikes a bone-dry forest, or when a hurricane is on its way to the coast, and the extent of the insured damage isn't clear yet, that's when John So swings into action.
Whether it's a hurricane, wildfires, or an earthquake that just happens in the middle of the night, I get a phone call and I'm woken up. We have software and tools in which we bring up our portfolio and immediately assess the impact to the portfolio from the event.
So if I zoom in...
If it looks like a trigger is activated, and as an investor you could lose all your money, then you naturally want to get rid of your cat bond as soon as possible by putting it up for sale. That's when interesting opportunities arise.
If you're not able to estimate the losses of a live event like this, then you have to question your ability to estimate the risks, hypothetical risks to this bond and pricing it. So it's a little bit like a Formula One race.
Worldwide, very few players have the knowledge, computing power, and reaction speed necessary to play the game at this level.
Just before the fire, and then as soon as possible, I wonder whether that would be it.
A typical catastrophe bond portfolio will have roughly 200 positions in it.
What do you mean by it?
We'll have 200 different catastrophe bonds in it.
These databases available.
And so in a major event, roughly 80 to those are potentially exposed to the event. That narrows it down from 200 to 80. And then we are immediately estimating what the intensity of the event is going to be, and therefore what the financial losses will be. And then from that next cut, the 80 bonds that are at risk suddenly narrows down to 10. So that final list of bonds that are potentially at risk, the seller really just wants to sell.
A lot of media attention. We saw a lot of
Like a hot potato no one wants to burn their fingers on, these cat bonds are now being resold for less and less money.
The market maker will call us and say, I've got an offer on 5 million of this bond at 60 cents on the dollar. So normally if the bond was not in trouble, it would trade at full value, 100 cents on the dollar. But it's offered at 60 cents on the dollar.
So if John So thinks he is better informed than the rest of the market, and he is sure that the trigger won't be activated and he won't lose millions, then he can seize his opportunity and buy a cat bond for a bargain price.
It's a tricky business because roughly every other year you have a catastrophe bond that loses money. And I've been doing this for over 20 years, so we've lost a lot of money on those cumulatively. We've made more than we've lost on that, but we've had significant loss experiences for sure.
So if a cat bond is really triggered, you lose a lot of money as an investor. Therefore, John has to constantly test the most recent climate projections against his own data and calculate the extent of the potential damage of those projections.
So here are the different end-of-century temperature projections. So obviously the 8.5 scenario is the highest.
Okay, so 2 degrees by 2050, 45, 40, et cetera.
And we tweaked the historical storms and ran it through their model. And on average, that increases by 1.3
3.4. So 34% you were. Yeah.
So it's a 0.3. No, it's a 3.5%.
3.4 in what I did.
3-4% increase in damage, right?
In damage.
And what'd you do? Did you? Oh, that's annualized.
And
that's
then you annualize it from today or from 2020.
Oh, okay. The world is getting riskier for sure. So that is driving growth in our marketplace. By our estimation, the world needs roughly 500 billion of catastrophe bond finance. Largely, it's for the time being a US-centered market, but the potential worldwide is immense. You know, whether it's flooding in Germany, flooding in Asia, particularly in China, you can calculate what the exposure is because in the end it's physical. So really you need effectively Google Earth and to look at all the property around the world and understand its vulnerability to earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods. And you can do the calculation.
Right. But what is the bottom line for the people of Bonnie Doon?
For a lot of people up here, it was a huge surprise to them that the firemen didn't come. I think it really is a numbers game on people and then the amount of wealth within an entire community. So, you know, we might have some affluent community members, but it's not the Silicon Valley, or, you know, it's not all affluent community, so it's not worth it for them. I think it must be how close it is to a city that, you know, that they care about. For most of my community, it was the first time that they realized that they were not significant, and that they were deemed easily disposable.
Not significant. Disposable. The fire department wasn't willing or able to save many of the houses. So, cat bonds? At Bonnie Doon, no one noticed their existence. They only work for you if you own insurable property.
This is Bonnie Doon?
Yes, yes, June.
That's Chance Road.
Last chance. Last chance. Road. Yes, this still shows us like a extremely high risk. We see that historically this place has burned in the past. So actually our model shows that this Bonnie Doon location is like a 1.18% chance of burning. So that's actually within 95th percentile in terms of the risk. Yeah, so 95% of the California has lower risk than this particular location. The distance to wildland and urban interface is too close. And then the Palmer-Jot severity index is too low. And those are the reasons behind we think this location is actually too dangerous for us to insure.
So this is my little bunker. I've got 4 compressed air bottles there that are full of air. I'm never gonna, if I stay in here, I could stay in here hours with those tanks with no outside air. But my house would be burnt down, and I've got to come out of this as soon as that big wave burns over. I've got to be out there putting out the fires. But anyway, this is just there's a little insurance policy is what it is. You know, I doubt 90% of the time I'm never going to use this. But if that 5% of the time I need it, it could save my life. So that's why I got the compressed air tanks and the water. And it also gives our loved ones the assurance or the feeling that, oh yeah, Grandpa's got it together. He'll get in his little pizza oven and sit there and eat pizza, you know? So, and I've got hoses and I've got a little can of gas there. So I'm ready.
The people of Bonnie Doon insure their own lives and rebuild them if they need to. Because if you live in Bonnie Doon, or by the Maas River, or in Pakistan, you'd better build your own bunker or levee. If there's anything I've learned, is that it is hard to calculate the risk of a war, a pandemic, or climate change. Yet on Planet Finance, even this kind of risk is a good business model, because the capital that's roaming the world is always looking for a way, creating new arenas for profit. You could call it perverse, but for a few years now, the demand for cat bonds actually exceeds the expected catastrophes.
Do you know the feeling of drinking too much coffee or drinking too many Red Bull Energies, where your whole skin gets to feel a little bit tingly and your heart is bumping? Well, I've been feeling like that the whole last 6 days.
Oh man, here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip, here we go, come on, push it, find the dip.
As a trader, you have to grab your chance at the right moment. Buy low and sell as high as possible.
And then you make the net income of someone who has a master's degree in 2 hours.
What if everyone jumps into the market?
So by the time that we started talking, it made it 8,000 euros.
There is a world made up of numbers. A world where you have to be the smartest or the fastest. A world connected by radio waves and fibre-optic cables. A world where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. A world of fear and desire, where you can win or lose. I call this world Planet Finance. Wandering around Planet Finance, I arrive all the way on the other side of the globe. Although the mood is determined by prices on the market, some days are calm with hardly a ripple, while on other days you suddenly get dragged along by the current. As an individual, it seems your influence is limited here, but even on Planet Finance, there are always people who can't resist going against the stream.
The desire to be rich encourages people to be stupid. If people didn't do stupid things, then there'd be no role for me.
Fuck.
Vultures are very useful animals. They clean up the mess. On Planet Finance, so-called short sellers are often compared to these carrion birds. They live off other people's mistakes. They win when others lose.
Most people, when they buy a stock, they buy a share for $10 and hope it goes to 100. I, instead, sell a share for $10 and I hope it goes to 0. But essentially all I'm doing is the opposite of long investing. In long investing, you're buying a share and hoping the future's a lot better. In short selling, I'm selling a share and hoping the future's a lot worse.
So our short seller is hoping the future will be worse. He profits from the fact that many retail investors are swayed by the fads of the day. After all, hope is easier to sell than the harsh reality. I wonder, what forces do you come across on Planet Finance when you sail solo, going against the emotions of the masses?
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck!
I used to do tax policy, and I became an expert on tax avoidance. Okay. The issue is CapTech. And having become an expert on tax avoidance, I became an expert on fraudulent accounting. And having become an expert on fraudulent accounting, I then became a short seller.
That's weird. They've changed the data on us.
This is the most interesting job I've ever had, because the world is full of interesting people, and yeah, I actually find psychopathic people who will steal your money interesting.
Let's just double
So
check
John
that they're
Hempton
saying
likes psychopaths
they are.
and liars, and built his business on them. Are you a listed company? And your share price seems too good to be true. Then he sets out to find the reason why. Have your numbers been tampered with? Then he screens your company without you even noticing it.
I'm not interested in tearing down a company with good prospects. I'm interested in finding companies that are lying about their good prospects because they really have no prospects.
They've changed the data.
We identify more frauds than almost anybody in the world, right? We have hundreds and hundreds of them. And I'm kind of proud of the fact that several people have gone to jail as a result of frauds that I've uncovered.
How our short seller made his very first million? To answer that question, I travel to late 1990s Flanders, when the dot-com bubble reached its peak.
Als jullie een stukje super high-tech moderne West-Vlaanderen willen zien, dan moeten jullie hier zijn in Ypres, bij Lernout Hauspie. Dit is namelijk de Flanders Language Valley.
From far away Australia, John's eye is caught by the Flemish tech company Lernout Hauspie. The big favourite among Flemish investors at the time, the pride of the nation.
Lernout Hauspie was a software company designed to be a world-beating company that beat Silicon Valley at its own game. The idea was the holy grail of speech recognition, where you could speak into a phone in one language and it would speak out of the phone in another language.
De ontwikkelingen gaan momenteel zo snel dat binnen afzienbare tijd de Babylonische spraakverwarring ongedaan gemaakt zal worden.
Fast forward 20 years. After unsuccessfully trying to sell chocolate pralines in the Philippines for years, one of Lernout Hauspie's founders is now pacing a backyard in Ypres.
Ja, we waren toen heel bekend en iedereen wou aandelen van het bedrijf. Ja. De top van de Belgische overheid stond permanent met ons op de foto's. Om het even welke gelegenheid. Toenmalig prins Philip had aandelen gekocht.
Your Royal Highness, as a humble computer, I also want to welcome you.
Lernout Hauspie built speech recognition software that could instantly translate conversations. Their technology was so advanced that even Microsoft showed interest.
Ik toon hier even de heel oorspronkelijke versie die ik destijds zelf gedemonstreerd heb in 1996 aan Bill Gates.
As predecessor awoke one morning from an easy dream, he found himself transformed in his bed into a gigantic insect. He was lying on his heart, as it were armor-plated, back, and when he lifted his head a little he could see his dome-like brown belly divided into stiff arched segments, on top of which the
Bill Gates zei dat is de enige waarnaar ik langer dan 5 minuten wil naar luisteren. En dat is wat Bill Gates zo interessant vond en toen besliste om te investeren in ons bedrijf. $60 miljoen heeft hij toen geïnvesteerd in Microsoft.
The concept they've come up with, it's a fantastic concept and we're very pleased to be a partner with them.
Alle, ook gewone burgers in de straat, wouden toen aandelen. Dus wie vroeg gekocht had, zag op een paar jaar tijd de waarde van zijn of haar aandelen gewoon maal 10, maal 20, sommigen maal 100 gaan.
Besides wanting to profit from Lernout Hauspie's rapid growth, the shareholders are also proud of their company in the Flanders Language Valley.
It met a European need at the time, because at the time we were in the middle of .com, there was all this amazing innovation coming out of America, and Europe would like to play it too.
De waarde van het bedrijf was in juli 2000 was toen iets meer dan $10 miljard.
Well, I worked out that it was a spectacular fraud. I worked out that the management had a debt obligation that was due at a certain date. The cash that was meant to pay that debt obligation probably wasn't there. All of which turned out to be true. At the end, there was 100 million missing. And then I bought for about $30,000, which was a lot of money, a short-dated speculative bet that Lernout Hauspie would fail.
What does a short seller do when he goes short? It seems complicated, but in essence, he bets that the price of a share will drop. And if it does, he makes a profit. Let's say he borrows a €100 share from a pension fund and immediately resells it on the market. Then our short seller hopes that the price of the share will drop, let's say to €10, which is when he buys it back from the market. If he then returns his borrowed share to the pension fund, the price difference of €90 is his profit. But the financial press does have to pick up on the fraud, because the share price will only go down if the news reaches the rest of planet finance.
And from then it was a one-way trip down. And it was like this lesson that you can be right about a massive fraud and you're going to get paid immediately.
Je kan wel even stoppen aan de overkant, recht voor de ingang. Kijk, dat is hier het gebouw van de gevangenis. Maar ja, ik heb hier dus 2 maanden en een half gezeten. De gevolgen van Absurdistan. Hè. Het uiteindelijk verdict van de rechtbank was dat wij eigenlijk de omzet kunstmatig hadden opgedreven. Dat was de kern van de veroordeling.
The company made up buyers in South Korea to exaggerate sales. And as it turned out, their speech technology wasn't nearly as advanced as they had people believe.
De strafmaat was 5 jaar gevangenis, waarvan 2 jaar voorwaardelijk, 3 jaar effectief. En plots ga je van een status van verheerlijking, die wij genoten, naar een status van boeman en verduider. Want de media schuwden er zich niet voor om de zwaarste termen te gebruiken.
Eventually, the share price plummeted to 0.
Ik blijf op mijn standpunt. Dit was geen fraude. Dus daarvoor voel ik mij niet schuldig. Maar ik voel me wel moreel verschuldigd dat mensen geld kwijt zijn.
While Jo Lernout maintains his innocence, all of Flanders, including the dentist, the shop owners of Ypres, and Bill Gates, see their dreams of mountains of gold go up in smoke.
Ik denk in 10.000 in totaal die echt zijn. Wij hebben geld verloren en wij willen ons geld terug. Maar eigenlijk de grootste woede was emotioneel. Mensen zeiden, we voelen ons belogen. We dachten dat jullie zoveel in huis hadden en dat jullie de juiste visie hadden. En blijkbaar was het allemaal fraude.
Zijn het verbrand bezig? Bezig toch niet? Nee? Dat het verbrand hebben. Nu als ze nog een keer aangehouden zijn.
1 in 6 people, adults in Flanders, bought shares in Lernout Hauspie. They bought them on fictional stories and they lost their money. There are people who have been duped by phony religions or cults, and they always want to blame the person that points it out. if they want to blame short sellers at the end, that absolves them from their own responsibility for having been duped.
Whether the shareholders blame the short seller or the fraudulent entrepreneurs, they simply want to be recompensed.
Dit zijn de papieren kopieën, Lernout Hauspie. Zover je kan zien, allemaal Lernout Hauspie.
20 years after the company went defunct, all these duped shareholders, mainly small Flemish investors, are still trying to get even with Jo Lernout and his fellow founder, Paul Hauspie.
Ik zag mensen die werkelijk heel hard hadden moeten werken om €15.000 opzij te zetten, door niet op reis te gaan, niet op restaurant te gaan en dan uiteindelijk een kleine spaarsom te hebben. Ik heb ook zelfmoorden geweten, hè, door de zaak Lernout Hauspie. Indrukwekkend, hè? De psychologie van een slachtoffer van een financieel misdrijf is complex. Die mensen die hebben dubbele gevoelens, die hebben haatgevoelens natuurlijk, omdat ze hun geld kwijt zijn. Maar ze hebben ook vaak schuldgevoelens. Ten onrechte, hè? Ten onrechte.
For the disappointed shareholders, it remains a hard pill to swallow that part of what led to their downfall was their own naivety, greed, and nationalism. For the years of trials that follow, they need an army of lawyers to support them.
Lernout Hauspie was een vrij spectaculair proces. En bij de eerste procesdag stonden alle camera's daar opgesteld en kwamen Jo Lernout en Paul Hauspie een beetje als filmsterren op de rode loper, maar dan in een cynische versie, laat ons zeggen. Ik vertegenwoordigde dus samen met mijn team een groep van rond de 2000 aandeelhouders. En een van die mensen was aanwezig in de zaal. En net voor het proces begon, kwam die naar voren en die kwam die geluk wensen. Dat is mij bijgebleven omdat het haak staat op de realiteit natuurlijk. Iemand die zo zwaar getroffen is, waarom zou je de daders die vervolgd worden, laten veroordeeld zijn, waarom zou je die geluk gaan toewensen? Financiële criminaliteit wordt door brede lagen van de bevolking niet echt als criminaliteit ervaren. Een soort Stockholm-syndroom, laat ons zeggen. Op den duur gaat men sympathie hebben voor de mensen die eigenlijk misdrijven hebben gepleegd en waarvan men het slachtoffer is.
I've never met a fraudster I don't like. It's a really strange phenomenon. They are unbelievably charming. Almost every fraudster is just a lovely guy. Right? They'll steal your money.
Ik ken een nieuwe rol. Ik ben acteur geworden. Nu ga ik geld verdienen.
Ik heb Jo leren kennen als heel klein bedrijfje, waar er nog niet veel sprake van was.
Dat is toevallig, hè? Amigo.
Jo Lernout kwam hier wekelijks 3-4 keer over de vloer. Met alle soorten mensen van alle nationaliteiten. Dus voor ons was dat ook een gouden periode natuurlijk.
Oh, excuseer. Chablis. Ja, ik herinner me nog. Dat is de nieuwe heet dat ik dan nog dronken. Hè?
Chablis, ja, dat is een goeie.
Jo, op het weer zien.
Ja, dat is vrije. Ze geloven dat dat vrije deugd is.
Dat zou wij zeggen. Met een Schwannion gekend, joh, moet eerlijk zijn.
Dat is fantastisch, hè? Ja.
Het zijn natuurlijk wel mensen die kwaad zijn en verder, ik weet het.
Ja, ik vind de nipper nog niet te veel eigenlijk, hè? Wel, het zal er altijd wel zijn. Wij hadden ongeveer voor 15.000 à 20.000 euro aandeel in totaal. Ja, dat kwijt buiten Jurgen die gecashed heeft.
Maar mijn aandeel is in Maltine gegaan.
Ah, fantastisch.
Ja, Maltine. Ja. En ik heb eigenlijk verkocht in het jaar eind 98, 99. Ja. En hoe is het? Ja. Dus voor mij zijn de goede geweest. Nee, maar het probleem was ook wel...
Ja, oké, ja, ik ben misschien wel meld. Ja, ik ben wel een beetje geld kwijt, ik ben meld. Maar pas op, want Jo is van heel rijk naar heel arm. Hè, want we doen ook verhalen dat hij rijk is en dan kan u verzekeren, hij is niet rijk. Dus ja, voor hem moet dat toch ook wel zeer zwaar omdragen zijn. Een van de rijkste van de wereld geweest zijn en nu in armoede moeten leven.
After already having served a prison term, and after 20 years of trials, Jo Lernout is also sentenced to pay €655 million in damages. But there is nothing to be got from Jo. He even has to be treated to his muscles and Chablis. And our short seller? He made a fortune.
I thought, oh, goody, I can find frauds. I can probably hand some of the information over to the regulator and people will go to prison for ripping people off. I was very smart. I got it completely down pat and I made a lot of money. And I thought, oh, this is a good job. But the worst thing that can ever happen to you in life is you walk past a poker machine and the first time you put $1 in the poker machine, you win the jackpot and you take home $2,000. That's the absolute worst thing that can ever happen to you in your life, because now you're going to think that the poker machine is an easy game and it's fun. And you really don't want to think that, because it's not an easy game and it's not fun and you're going to lose.
On Planet Finance, there is a fundamental difference between being right and being proved right. With Lernout and Hauspie, our short seller was proved right, but that's surely not always the case. Sometimes the whole world seems to turn against you.
My question's, what the hell are they saying to the regulators that's different now? There are probably a few hundred people that short sell on any scale at all, meaning more than a few $1 million worth. But the number of people that short sell within our pool trying to find criminals, probably numbers 50 or 60. And the number of people that do it on a global basis and on the scale that we do it, numbers a few, right? We are really fleas on the edge of a vast financial market. No offence to my friends, because some of these people are my friends, but most of them are weirdos. It's the least communal sort of activity I've ever seen.
Still, as a short seller, you're not always on your own. Sometimes you even get help from a colleague across the globe.
There was a very good champion boxer who was nicknamed the Dark Destroyer, and a journalist began calling me the Dark Destroyer. Quite why, I'm not entirely sure, because I'm certainly not dark, and I don't seek to destroy things, but that stuck.
Short sellers investigate listed companies. Companies that are spurred on by their shareholders to present even more positive numbers each quarter.
The biggest frauds in Europe in the last 30 years were Lernout and Hauspie and Wirecard.
Wirecard ist ein Unternehmen, das sich auf Online-Bezahldienste spezialisiert hat, und es ist derzeit mehr wert als die Deutsche Bank, das größte deutsche Geldhaus wohlgemerkt.
After the Flemish had Lernout and Hauspie, now all of Germany is proud of the success story of their very own Fintech company.
Damit schafft Wirecard heute vermutlich den Sprung in den DAX, also in die Liga der 30 wichtigsten deutschen Unternehmen.
Germans buy Wirecard shares en masse.
Wirecard was a credit card processing company. Credit card processing is not normally a very profitable business.
For our short sellers, that hype is the first red flag.
I started looking at Wirecard in late 2015. There was a significant wobble or movement in the share price in 2010.
When our short sellers investigate further, they discover that on March 30th, 2010, there was a sudden, inexplicable dip in the Wirecard share price.
So you think, well, that's quite interesting. What's prompted that significant move? And what became apparent was that there was a criminal investigation performed by the US Secret Service. And They investigated a money runner for gambling companies, and what was fascinating was that not only was the money coming from Wirecard Bank, but it was always transmitted through another company, and that company was a company called Bluetool Limited. Where's this company based? Mr. Google, enter the address. Some sort of mastermind is responsible for sending millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, of gambling-related monies over to this red brick house in Consett County, Durham. This is crazy. I mean, how can this be?
Meanwhile, in Sydney, John Hempton receives a tip that eventually leads him to illegal activities in the Philippines.
The first thing that we discovered that they did was what are called high-risk payments. The classic high-risk payment is pornography. If you're selling pornography online, because the margins are so fat, it doesn't matter that you might pay 5% to get your credit cards processed. If you're doing high-risk payments in the Philippines, it's almost certain that you're doing some child abuse material. And because no ordinary bank will process a credit card in the Philippines for a pornographer, you can charge 25% for that. And the usual explanation as to why Wirecard was so profitable was that it did high-risk payments that no one else would process.
And then they were also discovered to be fronts for all sorts of different companies, like whether it was gambling companies, pornographic companies. I'm just seeing where the trail goes, essentially, and I'm making notes and filling in spreadsheets as to all these companies. What you end up with is this. This tells you flows of money, ownership of companies, and as you can see at the heart of it, you've got Wirecard.
So we shorted a little bit, the usual little bit that we're working on average, the sort of rule of averages. And the stock went up on us. In fact, then it went up a little bit more, and then it went up a little bit more. And the lie got bigger.
And to expose the lie and make the share price drop, our short sellers pass on their research to the Financial Times. Wirecard denies everything and even strikes back. They accuse the short sellers and journalists of market manipulation. What happens next seems to come straight from a spy thriller story.
They used the former head of Libyan intelligence as Secret Service to manage quite a large surveillance operation against who they thought were the chief critics who were a threat to them, to Wirecard. I had vehicles parked outside my house. I was being followed everywhere I went. They would film me. I didn't know what their intentions were, whether it was to bundle me into the back of the car and I'd never be seen again. Obviously, my wife was traumatised with the school because we didn't know their motivations. We had to request passwords to collect our children from the school. The police, they took it so seriously that they put our home line, telephone line, on rapid response. So if we dialed the police, 999, and even if we hung up, they'd send a police car around. Yeah, it was horrifying, and it lasted, I think, on and off for the next 3 years or so.
And the stock just continued going up and up and up.
Remember? On Planet Finance, being right doesn't always mean being proved right. The German financial regulator, the large shareholders, even the German Chancellor, who lobbies for Wirecard in China, all stand by Wirecard as one woman, despite the many allegations.
When we first found Wirecard and was sure that it was a fraud, the stock was €9. Several years later, the stock was €191. And in that time, billions of dollars of German pension money had been used to buy the stock from fraudsters on the market.
Timing is everything. To make a profit, the Wirecard share price has to go down. But now that it's going up, John has two options: pay a higher deposit to the lender of the shares, or cut his losses and buy the shares back for a much higher price. On Planet Finance, this is called the short squeeze, as you are literally being squeezed dry.
And the second thing we found was what we thought was Russian mafia. And once you found something that we think was Russian mafia, you don't look any further, because the last thing I want to do as an individual is upset the Russian mafia. That's a good way of not living very long. It turns out that Wirecard wasn't Russian mafia, it was the Russian state, and they were using the access to the German banking system to launder money to get around, say, the American sanctions on certain Russian individuals.
It became apparent that in the market, very few cared. I mean, it became apparent in that the more accusations that were levied against the company, somehow it still had retained the ability to deflect those, and it became sort of perceived as invincible, really.
The government of Germany was extremely encouraging of Wirecard, and people wanted to believe because they wanted to believe, fill that need.
It's not going to go. It really isn't going to go.
So Wirecard was this sort of situation where we were absolutely right and we were destined to lose money.
Can you not feel my misery all the time?
In the end, John is proved right, but too late.
Die Staatsanwaltschaft München I hat heute früh aufgrund bereits beantragter Haftbefehle weitere Beschuldigte in Sachen Wirecard festgenommen, des gewerbsmäßigen Bandenbetruges, der Untreue, der unrichtigen Darstellung, der Marktmanipulation in mehreren Fällen.
The Wirecard share price plummets. On Planet Finance, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Matthew Earle had timed his short position well, and he made, in his own words, a substantial amount, which he prefers not to share with me. John Hempton's timing, however, was a bit less well chosen.
If you fulfill an emotional need and you allow a person to think that they're going to get rich, then you've got this sort of Lollapalooza effect where all of their sort of emotional needs are met at once. From my perspective, Wirecard is a failure. In fact, it's the biggest loser in the history of my firm. I just wish I'd never heard of the company. I really dislike them.
John Hempton lost tens of millions of euros. To him, Wirecard is another example of emotion being able to inflate the value of a share in the form of naivety, greed, or nationalism. Apparently, it's very complicated to estimate how precisely those emotions affect the price of a share. But how complicated? That becomes clear at the start of the pandemic.
As those worries and those fears, no one really knows what's going to happen with the coronavirus as far as economies and businesses go.
Initially, the first lockdown causes the global financial markets to crash. But soon, the share prices on Planet Finance are skyrocketing again. And because millions of people around the world are housebound, bored, and have money to spend, They jump into the market in droves. They also want a piece of the pie. This is one of those new day traders, Vincent Stuck. Just like the rest of the world, this student of economics is forced to stay home. Stuck in his student house, he gets lucky with a Tesla share.
Ich bin nur Amateur-Trader.
With a simple click on the button of his trading app, all of Planet Finance is at his fingertips.
Keine Ahnung, man hat Glück, dann verkauft man wieder, freut sich und dann kauft man sich irgendwelchen Schwachsinn, dann setzt man wieder Geld rein, man hat auf einmal wieder Glück und dann denkt man sich auch, das kann ja nicht wahr sein. So. Und dann im Januar kommt dann die ganze Sache mit GameStop und man hat wieder Glück und denkt sich so, das ist ja bescheuert.
GameStop. Vincent hears about that share, a chain of video game stores, on the internet forum Wall Street Bets. That's where the new generation of traders meets, and where a dislike of hedge funds with large short positions arises.
Shortsellern werden ja wahrscheinlich negativ gesehen, weil wenn man an solche Personen denkt, hat man ja ein bestimmtes Bild vor Augen. Da hat man vielleicht jemanden mit einem teuren Anzug, mit Gucci-Slippers und irgendwie eine Rolex am Arm, der jetzt irgendwie da Geld für reiche Menschen anlegt und versucht, sich daran zu bereichern, dass andere Unternehmen pleite gehen. Man geht eine Wette ein. Und ich wette darauf, dass was auch immer hochgeht, die wetten, dass es halt runtergeht. Und es kann ja nur einer gewinnen quasi.
And this is Josh. He too is new to the market, and he too joins the fight against the short sellers. But how can a chain of video game stores be the stake of such a fight?
It was just like in the midst of like very dark and seemingly horrendous dystopian end days. You know, everyone's locked inside, there's people dying and pandemic and all that stuff. And all of a sudden this thing comes up. It's like, well, so we can have some fun and buy a few stocks each and we're going to bankrupt some hedge funds. Whoa. Man, these are ridiculously cheap. Just go for a throwback to something like gaming from a kid.
GameStop is not the sort of thing I'm interested in. But I don't understand why retail investors are interested in GameStop either. I mean, this is a company that sells DVDs with video games on them. I mean, I play the odd video game, every one of them gets downloaded, right? The idea of selling DVDs at all feels like 10 years ago. And what you should normally be trying to do is invest in tomorrow.
Invest in the future. That's John's advice. But I wonder if he fully grasps the extent of the anti-Wall Street sentiment among this new generation of traders, and how this generation wants to try to beat Planet Finance with its own mechanisms.
This whole movement started on Wall Street Bets, and they were targeting companies that sold short. The Wall Street Bets, like, supposed members on Reddit, like, swelled to about, I think it was 13 million people on there. That's a lot of money that can be thrown around. You know what I mean? They may all just be individuals, but they're competing with a hedge fund as a collective. Julian, welcome to the show. It's exciting to get to talk to you.
How can you make the Planet Finance mechanism work for you? The Wall Street bettors buy GameStop shares en masse, which makes the price go up, while the short sellers actually speculate on the price going down. The rebels then hold on to those shares for as long as possible. Hold the line. Because that's how you can squeeze the short sellers. Remember? The short squeeze.
Also das war noch ganz normales Gefühl. Da waren Aktien drin, mal gucken, was passiert. Hier war Champagnerflasche aufmachen, die den ganzen Abend feiern. Dann war hier schon mal schlechte Laune. Dann war hier der Kaffeemaschine, Motorrad, Mountainbike. Das ist alles hier.
I was like, yeah, sign me up. He's like, well, so we're going to have some fun, make some money, and take down some hedge funds. Well, where do I pay? Like, I find it fascinating how we've moved from like joke to meme to idea to theory to what's actually happening. It's like such a cool like thing to witness, like the evolution of this idea. I've spent my entire like adult life growing up in the shadow of the crash of 2008. Everything has been in the shadow of that because it was so huge. I mean, it kind of wrecked the economy for quite a while.
We are the 99%. We're awake now.
We know what it's like to be poor and broke. We're all very aware that like things aren't getting better and more prosperous in the way they had for a few generations. The gap between like the rich and poor it just continues to grow. And that's what I mean by the shadow, because normally what you would, like when you got a big crisis like that, in previous eras of human history, we would have said, okay, how did we end up with this problem? Let's do something about it. Let's punish the people who were responsible. Let's make some really ironclad laws to make sure it doesn't happen again. And let's like correct the system a little bit, like push it back in a good direction.
What has taken us by surprise is just the scale and vehemence of the current mania, retail mania. It's just bigger and nastier from our perspective than we've ever seen. If you're going to appeal to their needs, you're going to find people who feel downtrodden, who feel that life has dealt them poorly. Right? And they're very good to whip into a frenzy.
Whether holding on to the GameStop share is driven by ideology or by sheer boredom, the new generation of traders tries to squeeze the major short sellers by artificially keeping the price high. And their plan works. Initially, at least.
In the meantime, a video game retailer, GameStop.
Right. It's like a David versus Goliath story. It's almost like a populist trader uprising to support the stock and really hurting the big guys. So it's just been this interesting revolt that somebody's making a lot of money on, someone is not.
If you think that there's one thing called Wall Street bets, you're wrong. Right? It's a giant poker table with 9 million people that look at it and subscribe, and tens or hundreds of thousands of people who post. And in that hundreds of thousands of people are an enormous number of sharks, tens of thousands of them. Right? Almost every scumbag we know in financial markets in the world is on Wall Street bets. And why wouldn't they be? Right? That's where millions of people are now taking their financial advice.
Nevertheless, for a number of hedge funds with large short positions in the GameStop share, things are getting harder and harder. But as it turns out, for the new generation of traders, it's not always easy to play this game on the market either. Because how long will they manage to hold on to their shares? Hold the line.
Ich glaube, in der Zeit saß ich einfach nur vom Computer, saß an meinem Handy, habe telefoniert, habe darüber irgendwie nur nachgedacht und war bestimmt 8 Stunden, 9 Stunden nur am Handy. Was ja aber auch schwerste Arbeit war, weil man die ganze Zeit am Schwitzen war. Ich habe gefühlt gestunken, dieses Zimmer muss einen Gestank angenommen haben, weil man ja die ganze Zeit da sitzt und so nervös ist. Ich habe wieder Herzrhythmusstörungen bekommen, das hatte ich als Kind früher ein bisschen und das ist dann nochmal mehr geworden. Das macht einen psychologisch ja komplett fertig. Also man ist komplett unter Stress.
But a lot of the people on Wall Street bets should be remembering the old adage, which is if you're playing poker with a whole lot of rich people, you know, a whole lot of people who are used to playing poker, and you look around and you don't know who the patsy is, then you're probably the patsy. The patsy is the the dummy on the toker table who's not very good at it and is going to lose all their money.
The plan by the new generation of traders is partly successful. A number of major short sellers lose billions, and some even go bankrupt.
Yeah. And then a whole bunch of like CEOs and billionaires and hedge fund managers were like on CNBC like crying that they'd lost like their hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, won't somebody please think of the billionaires? Like it was so ridiculous.
Yet, in the end, the rebels show less solidarity than expected. When you try to play the game on Planet Finance, it proves hard to hold on to your ideals. Eventually, Vincent also takes the money and runs when he decides to sell part of his shares.
Runtergehen, das war einfach ein Scheißgefühl. Da guckt man jeden Tag aufs Handy und guckt die ganze Zeit und denkt wieder, dass es hochgeht. Wann kommt das nächste Mal wieder hoch? Wann geht's wieder hoch? Wann geht's wieder hoch? Und es geht immer weiter runter, immer weiter runter, immer weiter runter. Und dann habe ich da irgendwann noch mal ein bisschen was verkauft.
And our short seller? He thought twice and didn't go short on GameStop.
It was a demonstration of the mania of the crowd at the moment and how easy it was using social media to whip the crowd into a frenzy. Why is it possible to whip any crowd into a frenzy? You appeal to their prejudices, you appeal to their needs, and sometimes the crowd will come with you. You know, here's your opportunity to get back at all these rich people. There's been anti-short seller rhetoric for 400 years, and most of the people doing anti-short seller rhetoric are crooks. This was the first time I'd ever seen millions of people believe anti-short seller rhetoric. Crowds are dangerous. Crowds on the other side of the planet are less dangerous. I'm glad there's a long way between me and the crowd at the moment.
And with John Hempton's sigh of relief, I've almost reached the end of my journey around Planet Finance. What has it brought me? I managed to get closer. Here and there, I was allowed to peek behind the glass facade. Planet Finance is a complex world, but less abstract than I thought.
A shortcoming of a lot of traders is they ask what I consider to be the weakest question in the hierarchy of questions when you're an investor, which is why, as opposed to what. What is the strongest question you can ask?
So you are a what person?
I'm a what person, yes. Why comes later. Why is a hobby? Why is fun for me? But what is what I do for a living?
My journey started with the question, how could the market get so detached from reality? I thought Planet Finance was a world made up of numbers, where you have to be the smartest or the fastest, where you can make money if you think you know what the future holds. But actually, Planet Finance is all about emotion.
What?
Fear and desire are expressed in a graph. And what surprised me most was that risk is the essential commodity of Planet Finance. Risk is a product that can be traded.
It's like never waste a disaster, almost. And I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. I don't want to say capitalize on a humanitarian crisis or something. But during these times of dislocations, markets do move.
I mean, that's the nature of the beast. And so that wasn't something that, that resonated with me enough to stay there.
Now that the risks keep piling up, some traders feel that things are starting to go too far.
We create money out of pieces of paper, worthless pieces of paper, worthless. You know, it's just a construct so that, you know, people can make money. We use these markets so they can assign value to things that we really don't have any idea of what their values are. And that happens a lot. But what also happens a lot is the other thing where, you know, the monster in the machine sort of gets away from the purpose that it was created for.
The monster in the machine. According to Planet Finance, we are living in the biggest bubble ever.
The market is at the moment the biggest casino I have ever seen in my life. And it's more dominated by the casino function than any other time I've seen in my life. It's a bad allocation system for resources. It's not doing the societal jobs that it's meant to do, but it's a great casino. Right? The best casino that humans have ever invented.
In the end, this casino is about all of us. There is no us and them. We all live on Planet Finance. You often hear people say, leave it to the market. But what kind of planet are we living on if no one is interested in the why, but only in the what? Because, after all, that's the nature of Planet Finance.